Can someone just check that real quick for me? Yeah, I gave up on YouTube Shorts. We're doing YouTube and we're doing TikTok for today. I just need someone to hop on over to YouTube, make sure I'm streaming, make sure the audio's okay, that it's like running smoothly. Is there any lag on that end? It might be a little bit delayed compared to TikTok, but it shouldn't be lagging. And the question now, what audience did you want to capture on YouTube Shorts? YouTube Shorts lives are usually better for gaining subscribers. Like it's more like a For You page type algorithm compared to like a YouTube long form. Loud and clear on YouTube, it's delayed but no lag. Okay, that's all fine. Oh my gosh, yes, the chat is showing up. Okay. So there's a little bit of an issue in that the TikTok chat is not going to show up on YouTube, but at least the YouTube chat is going to show up on the YouTube stream. Okay. Okay. Now let's get, I mean, there's no there's no guest requests, so we'll see if we even do any debates. Hold on. Let me make this a little bit bigger. What's up, Katie and everyone else over on YouTube? Again, if you're watching on TikTok, this is a slow-ass start to the stream. I should have figured this out before I started the stream, honestly. Okay, we do have a guest request, and never mind. That person just left. E is requesting. Okay. Hey, Aldi.
Hello?
Hello?
Your audio's dead on my end.
If you're talking, can everyone else hear him? Because I can't hear him.
Oh, okay. No, can you hear me?
Hold on. I'm going to kick you and get you back up. You can hear him? This is annoying. This is what I get for trying to upgrade my setup. Hold on. Output is... Okay. Let's try that again. Hop back in the guest requests. Okay, say something.
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you now. What's up? You disagree with any of the prompts on the screen?
I mean, not even necessarily, but
Oh, then what did you
I
want
mean,
to
I
debate?
do with number three.
Okay.
I mean, are you against like the intrinsic idea of conducting mass deportations, or are you just against the methodology Trump
I
is
think those
using?
are pretty hard to separate. Like, I can't imagine how you could humanely and ethically do mass deportations. I mean, it depends on what you're qualifying as, like, who's subject to deportation. So I'm referring specifically to, like, Trump's mass deportations, to be clear.
I mean, would you not classify Obama deporting 3 million people as quote unquote mass deportations?
No,
Or
because the
using like
methods
different
that were used, the
terminology?
fact that rule of law was followed, I mean, he was definitely aggressive on deportations. There's like a legitimate discussion to be had on that immigration policy, but what Trump is doing is like of an entirely different kind in terms of magnitude and also in terms of like violations of constitutional rights.
No, to be clear, I agree with you, but your point is more about mass deportation. So how are mass deportations like
Well, no, I
intrinsically
told you what my point
illegal?
is about, which is about Trump's mass deport. I mean, that's the picture on the screen. I assumed that was like a little bit,
Okay.
goes without
Oh,
saying, but
okay. I think we might not disagree then. But like,
oh,
for
okay.
example, would you be like, were you against like Obama's were you against them like intrinsically, or like that policy
I don't know what
specifically?
you keep saying intrinsically. So like I'm sure you could come up with some thought experiment where like I would say okay fine mass but like yeah in terms of Obama I think he also was probably a little bit too aggressive on expedited removal, but other than that I think he was fine. And again this was not like I think illegality at play or like people's constitutional rights being
Okay.
violated. So different situation.
So, in what way would you say that Trump has violated constitutional rights?
Due process for people
Um,
who are seeking asylum. Also, I mean, First Amendment rights,
okay.
people that are here on visas or even green card holders.
Okay, so do you want to talk about Mahmoud Khalil? Is that his name?
We can talk about that. It's a very
Okay.
blatant violation of the First Amendment.
Sure. I don't necessarily disagree with like the way American freedom of speech laws are currently working. I'm more interested in the conversation of whether or not you'd believe certain certain green card holders should have their green cards revoked for certain speech.
Mm-mm.
Do you, Do you completely disagree with that?
Maybe like a threat to attack someone, but
So it, but I mean, we can have like political threats to attack someone. So like supporting Jan 6 is like a political threat to attack someone, right? Would you disagree with that?
supporting it or being there.
I mean, like saying like Jan 6 was like good or whatever,
I
like it
don't
was a
think that'd be
justified
grounds to
thing.
revoke someone's green card.
No, I'm not asking if it's grounds to revoke green card. I'm asking if that's like a violent speech, even though it's like a direct threat.
Like, you mean in my opinion, or like is it legally incitement?
Yeah, would you view as violent
I wouldn't
speech?
view it as violent speech. I'd view it as very stupid speech that you should correct, but like there's a whole bunch of reasons someone could say something like that.
So like, do you think supporting political violence is like a form of violent speech, like ignoring January 6th?
What do you mean by that?
So like supporting organizations that are like actively registered as like we can talk about like terrorist organizations, or we can talk about like just violent political movements. Do you think that's like on a certain level supporting political
I mean,
violence?
on a certain level, sure, but like that level is not one that meets any sort of like legal standard. So that's why I bring up like the legal question there, which is like, I think generally speaking, the laws around speech right now are mostly fine. And I wouldn't want to make those more strict in terms of just my personal opinion. Anyone saying anything positive about Trump in general, whether or not it's January 6th, I think is very concerning speech. So I'd take issue with it. I
I
wouldn't say
I
it's like
agree.
illegal or violent speech, but
Do you think anyone should be deported for ideological reasons?
what's their status? Like, are they asylum seekers, gotaways,
They can
visa holders?
just like anyone who isn't like a natural born citizen,
I think if you're a
just
green
like
card
first
holder,
generation or whatever.
then no. I mean, if someone comes to the border to seek asylum and they're like, "I'm here to kill everyone," I think you can probably reject their asylum claim. But I need like more
Well,
specifics here.
I'm not even talking about like them saying like obviously we agree that someone comes in and say I want to kill everyone. Obviously we deport them, right?
Hmm.
I'm talking about an individual who is not like like is not like homegrown in the country, and is advocating for an ideology we can consider to be extremist or
But the
violent.
speech
Do you
itself
think
is not
they're
illegal, right?
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying it's illegal.
then they shouldn't be deported.
Okay, can you tell me why not? Just because like the speech isn't illegal, I'm not saying you should imprison them. I'm saying you just probably shouldn't bring them into the country.
No, but I mean, bringing them in or deporting them. These are now different questions.
Well, I mean, once they're here and they're
I'm just
advocating
saying when
for
you're accepting someone's
political violence.
immigration application, there's a different legal standard there versus if someone's already on the United States soil and they have some kind of status here, then you're going to deport them. There's like you'd handle those differently.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Say for example, you have a immigrant. Okay, he comes in from Norway. Okay, and they're in the country. They're a green card holder, and okay, nothing they did was like illegal when they came in. And then like a few years down, you find out this person is like a massive fan of Anders Breivik and everything he's done, and he like advocates for a lot of the same ideology that Breivik advocates for. Would
What
you
would that
like be
ideology be?
opposed to this National Socialism and white identitarianism?
Okay, and this is someone
And
who came in here
I don't
how
know,
exactly?
they came in through legal methods. They have a green card, and like
Yeah, they
just like
can't. I don't
legally
think they
speaking,
should
they
be
haven't done.
deported for that.
You don't think it'd be
I think
like
that'd be
okay to
unconstitutional.
deport?
It's government action on the basis of viewpoint.
But I mean, this is not like a homegrown ideological viewpoint. This is an
I mean,
ideology that
there's
is
just nothing
being
in the
brought
First
into the
Amendment
nation.
about homegrown. Like, it's just the government cannot abridge people's right to express their viewpoints and ideology. I mean, I would not like that person. I would want to, if they've committed crimes, punish them for those crimes. But I don't think that's grounds for deport. I don't think that's like constitutionally grounds for deportation.
Okay, so do you think like the U.S. should try to focus in on immigrant groups that won't have like these ideological leanings? Like I'm not even talking about like white identitarianism, which we both agree is bad, but like should the U.S. attempt to like bring in immigrants that aren't like from socially conservative or like conservative areas in the
I
world?
don't
Do you
think
think?
that whether someone's socially conservative or
Or
progressive
not even
should be
socially,
a
sorry, just like
deciding factor in their immigration process. Like, we don't ask
I
those
agree
types of
shouldn't be a
questions for
deciding
green cards or
factor.
citizenship.
I agree shouldn't be a deciding factor. The deciding factor should be what they can contribute to the country. But
Hmm.
I'm asking you if you should incentivize regions that might be more socially progressive as opposed to certain regions that might have worse societal outlooks in regards to women or sexual minorities.
I. What do you mean by that, though? Like, you're asking me if we should do
Okay,
something
so
illegal?
What do you mean? What have I said that I should? What is legal of what I've said?
Like deporting people on the basis of their viewpoint ideologically, or even allowing
I
people in on
wasn't.
the basis of viewpoint, seems like a very slippery, weird slope where different presidential administrations are going to seesaw back and forth between whether they're letting in a socially progressive or socially conservative person. I don't think those types of questions make sense. Criminal background checks make sense. Any sort of safety inspection makes sense. Thorough vetting. But when it comes to like, what are your thoughts on like, is it immoral to have sex outside of marriage? I don't think that that should have any bearing on who we like let into the country.
Okay, would you oppose like ideological background checks?
I mean, when you say that, that could imply like I guess terrorism and ideology. So in that sense, no. But like in terms of non-violent ideology, if they're not acting on it, then no.
Okay, but not acting on it and believing it. Like, there's a lot of people who don't act on violent ideology but still believe that
I'm
violent
just
ideology.
what
My
I'm trying to
what
understand like what is the point here you're trying to get to, or like
I
is there an
think
area
I
of
think
disagreement
the
here?
U.S. Yeah, I think like generally what we were talking about with in regards to Khalil, which I think the deporting of Khalil was immoral and illegal. That isn't what I'm trying to get at, and it was done for obviously political reasons.
Yeah,
It was more on the question of deporting individuals, even green card holders, in the name of like what I consider like ideological trespassing of what should be a regular Overton window. And like obviously right now a lot of the Republican Party are outside of that Overton window. I'm just not particularly comfortable. First of all, a lot of the Republican Party, all of the Republican Party, let me correct myself, is
yeah,
outside of that Overton window.
I agree.
But I don't feel comfortable. I don't know why you would like I don't want to say import because that's such a morally lauded term, but I don't know why you'd like bring in people who share like like similar, exceptionally like
Yeah, because it's
radical
like a
or
matter of
like
principle,
illiberal
right? Once
beliefs.
you start saying we're politically vetting people, I mean, we can be hurrah about that because we don't like Trump. What happens if Trump does that to like socially progressive people, and you can only come here if like you hate gay people or some shit? Like,
Trump already does that though.
and that's illegal, and he should be punished for that, right?
Tr-
So like, I guess you're
I
asking me like,
mean,
should we start
I'm not
breaking
sure.
laws the same way that Trump breaks laws, and like to the extent that we need to do that to fight back against authoritarianism, sure. But like when the left has power again, I mean, outside of obviously making sure these people face legal consequences, I don't like the idea of doing ideological screening for people that are coming here. I mean, plenty of people come here from like Muslim countries where they might have more socially conservative views on marriage or whatever else. I think that's probably fine. If anything, they might change those views from living here and seeing firsthand multiculturalism and marginalized groups having more rights. I mean, I don't think we can hold people's cultural background against them when they're coming here. Now, that being said, if someone applies to come here and they've been posting a bunch of stuff about like, yeah, January 6th was sick, we need to do that again, then that's like, oh, this is like a safety risk, right? I think those are like different categories of people.
Sure. First of all, I completely agree with you. That is like my point, right? Like that's what I'm talking to you about. I'm just also including the people who say January 6th, January it was based. We can also apply that deportation after they've entered the country. That's like my only disagreement with you here.
Once
Would you
they've
be against
achieved a green
that?
card,
Yeah. That's my only disagreement here.
I mean, I understand the disagreement. That's just like would violate the First Amendment, which I guess you can make the argument like that's you're okay with that, but like to revoke someone's green card because they express support for something political, even if it's like an attempted coup, unfortunately, I just don't think that that would meet any legal standard to revoke someone's green card.
Sure. So I'm curious on this. Are you like I don't know what the term would be like absolutist on like a lot of the Constitution? Like, do you view no?
I mean, it
So
depends
like
what you mean by
because
absolutist, right? Like, obviously, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't distribute illegal materials in terms of pictures and videos. Like, free speech has limits, obviously. But I think when we're talking about viewpoint based governmental
that's not what
discrimination,
I'm
that's my issue.
sure. No, yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like
Okay.
you keep making appeals to illegality, and that makes sense when we're talking about Trump, of course.
And just
But right
makes
now,
sense in
I'm
terms of
trying to talk to
practical matters, right? Like, I'm not going to advocate that we should, like, violate the Constitution. I mean, we can try to amend it, but, like,
sure. So would you be like against amending it to do what we're discussing?
what would that amendment be?
I couldn't put that into legalese. I'm sorry. I don't know how you would like
Sure, I
do
don't mean,
that.
like, what, like word for word, but, like, what would the general, what's the change you're trying to make?
Okay. generally, I think the U.S. and other Western countries should apply much more stringent ideological background checks on individuals it is letting in, as to assure those individuals do not support fundamentally incompatible viewpoints to the values your nation
Okay.
slash state currently holds.
I would take issue with
And
that
you know
sort of
with
framing of it in terms of incompatible, which is really left up to interpretation. If you want to say you want to do like a risk analysis of anyone who comes here and stays here, and like if they have a proclivity to support violent events repeatedly, then you can investigate them or something. I don't have an issue with that necessarily, but when we talk about the thing is like especially in legalese when you use terms like incompatible with our culture, like this means 50 different things to 10 different people, and it's just like it's not
I
tenable to
agree.
me in terms of like practical terms. As much as I wish we could like wave a wand and like everyone who shouldn't be here wouldn't be here, like I'm thinking in like the practical reality terms with constitutional constraints as well as just like the ambiguity of the language, and I don't think that would work.
Okay, I'll say one last thing, and then I'll let you go on with
Okay.
the other debates. But can I just ask you a hypothetical? Let's say hypothetically there was a small country bordering America that isn't Canada. All the people there are they're all different ethnicities, and all of these people are they're all fascists. Every single one of them. They all
Okay.
love Benito Mussolini. They are very ideological fascists.
Mm-hmm.
Now these people are extremely productive. They're really good at IT.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They're really good.
Sure.
Um, would you and you know the U.S. has an IT shortage, and we really need workers to make I don't know computer chips. I don't even think that's how that works, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, would you be against allowing these individuals to enter into the country, even though the U.S. would need them during a worker shortage,
Would I
because
be
of their
against
ideological
allowing them in?
misgivings?
On
Yeah,
what
just I'm
status? Like
asking for you
a work
personally, and
visa
that
or?
work visa, permanent, whatever. I'm just like I'd be like completely opposed to that, just like inherently. But I'm just asking you, like under this worldview, what would you do?
I mean, if I was like king of the world, I guess I'd be against it. My issue there
Sure.
also though is like in real life terms, you don't know if someone coming from a country shares the opinions of everyone else in that country. Like we'd have to change
All
the
right.
screening process to ask them, "Hey, are you a fascist?" And then I guess if they all say yeah, then that's a different conversation. But uh, in practical terms, you'd have to just be assuming this is a fascist person because they come from XYZ country.
Okay. Okay. We disagree, but no, Adam, I like you, man. I loved your you against Cenk. Fucking hate that guy. But have a good stream, man.
All right,
It's been good
thanks.
talking to you.
Thanks.
See you.
All right. No more guest requests. And hold on, is it just me or is it really weird that there's 36 people watching this? Especially, I got what did I got demonetized yesterday for a not real issue. I got demonetized for not having, excuse me, not having any public videos on my TikTok account. What? So I get taken out of the Creator Awards program for, excuse me, not having any public videos. I appeal and ask for a manual review. They check my manual review and they finalize that I've been demonetized. Really weird. And now, like, again, my lives typically average like around 150 concurrent, even if I'm just yapping about literally nothing, like about what I'm eating and random music. So being stuck at around like 30 to 40 is really weird to me. Like, not normal. Um, like, I don't think it's been this low in like ever or in months. Very, very weird. Um, if so, that's annoying because I know that like they've been suppressing videos, but if they're suppressing lives now too, that's just like what the fuck, bro. I'm leaving. It's the PayPal cap. It's not though because I haven't gotten any flag or violation for it. And I've seen plenty of people go live with that stuff on their thing, and they're like totally fine. Because here's the thing: if I was to if I was to like do this for a little bit, I don't know that that would make a big difference. I mean, we can try having this up for a little and see if that increases the viewership. Yeah, that was a pretty intellectual conversation before. Mm. Let's see. No more guest requests. We can maybe just switch over to covering news and current events. I didn't really have like a very strict plan for this stream. I'm just trying to stream more because of this like unhinged TikTok censorship. Like, I still can't believe they rejected my appeal. That's like such a blatant bullshit. There's no like, it's not debatable whether there are public videos on my account. Like, okay.
Trump 2024, bro.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Okay. And which topic on the screen did you want to debate?
I'll do Trump is corrupt.
Okay. Do you disagree?
Of course I disagree.
How do you feel about him giving like White House dinners to people that buy his coin?
Well, I feel like Trump's a smart businessman, and what he's doing is he's letting them come to
is
the
he the president or smart businessman?
He's both. We
Isn't
gotta
that
have a
corruption?
businessman who runs our country.
You
We
kind of
don't
just
want-
made my point.
He's both. He's He's really smart.
So you're saying that
like,
he's profiting as president, right? And that's smart, apparently, to be
Okay.
corrupt.
And okay, Kamala Harris.
Okay,
like,
so then hold on.
and-
Your disagreement with the prompt isn't that Trump is corrupt. You just think it's okay that he's corrupt. So just say that.
Nope. Kamala's corrupt. She slept her way to the top.
First of all, not true. Second of all, she's not relevant right now in
Yes.
American politics.
You know
So
who
I don't
Willie
know
Brown is?
why you're obsessed.
You know
This
who
guy
Willie
has
Brown-
Kamala derangement syndrome.
No, you have TDS. That's what you have.
I
You
think
know
you
Willie
have
Brown,
TDS. Trump devotion
I
syndrome.
love Trump.
Trump devotion
I'm a
syndrome.
nationalist. I'm a nationalist.
You're a nationalist who
You're
wants
so-
corruption in the White House. Yeah.
And you want men and women's bathrooms. Got it.
See how you have to change the subject because you have nothing to say about Trump's corruption?
See how you voted for a
You
low
jump
IQ
to
woman?
Kamala Harris, then you jump to men and women's bat. That's all you have. You have
He's
nothing
low
else to
IQ.
contribute to this conversation.
Low IQ. Why do you want Zoran Mamdani? He wants Sharia law.
See,
He
you're
wants
running.
Sharia-
You're running for your life from the prompt, is Trump corrupt?
Why do you
Because he
think-
is. And you like it. You're happy that
No,
he's corrupt.
not. No, every president was corrupt. Every
See,
president
no,
was corrupt.
no,
That's
no
fine.
other president launched a cryptocurrency right before their inauguration. Not a thing that
No,
happens.
no,
No
Biden-
other president
Biden
pardoned
launched-
people that gave their
Biden-
business deals and money. Not a thing that happens.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Biden did that. He gave
Nope.
his son Hunter billions of dollars from China and Russia.
You,
Look it up.
You're not even saying the conspiracy theory correctly. You're getting the talking point wrong. So first,
You see this one?
you're not even
Adam,
getting the
look.
Republican talking point correctly.
I know you want Sharia law because you look like you want Sharia law, but it's okay.
See how you
Sharia law
have nothing?
is-
Like how you're a complete joke? How you
Why
run
do
from
you-
Kamala
why do you
Harris
like-
to men and women's bathrooms to a Biden laptop story? You have nothing. You're an empty hollow
Why
shell
do
of a
you want-
person
why do you
with
want-
no political
why do you-
ideology. You just want to ride Trump's nuts, which fair enough, free country. Just be honest.
Are you an Islamic?
Just
are
be
you an
honest.
Islamic?
Just be
Look,
honest,
are you an
dude.
Islamic? Data dab. You cannot
Just
be
be
talking.
honest,
you
dude.
also post.
Everyone
Look,
here
Trump
remember
for
how he
president.
started off by saying that he wants to debate how Trump is corrupt, and then he said, "Actually, I like Trump's corruption."
Well, guess what? Every president's corrupt. You can't change
Not in
it.
the
Every
same way as
politician-
Trump. Actually, no. You can't just say, "Oh, everyone
Sure?
does it."
So why did Kamala Harris take almost $100 million from APAC? Huh?
Why are you changing the subject?
Because all
Does
politicians
this
are
say?
corrupt.
Does this
That's
say?
how.
Okay, so then hold on. Then say Trump is corrupt like all other politicians, but you think he's corrupt?
You cannot be talking. You want open borders and Sharia law. Yes. Like open borders. We don't want illegal
Hold
aliens
on.
in our country.
I know you're like desperate to change the subject. I just want to be clear. You're saying Trump is corrupt. He's just as corrupt as everyone else.
He's less corrupt than everyone
He's
else.
less corrupt.
Yep.
Really, when he launches a cryptocurrency and says, "Buy my cryptocurrency and I'll let you come to the White House," that's less corrupt.
Yeah.
When he pardons people that gave his family money, that's less corrupt. When he doubles
Why
his
did
net
you-
worth in less than a year, that's less corrupt.
Enjoy Sharia law. Enjoy Sharia law. You want open borders.
You're
you want,
a delusional
Muslim,
human
Islam-
being. You're actually insane. You're crazy.
Are-
You need to be in
No,
a
you
straitjacket
want open
somewhere.
borders.
You have not spoken any sense in this entire conversation. You've just been
Why
all
did
over
you
the
go-
place.
why did you
Men
go-
and women's bathrooms,
Why-
Kamala, like, bro.
Oh, you said.
Get a
you
grip.
See, why do I get a text? Okay, fine. I am a nationalist who don't want illegals in my country. There we go.
You're a nationalist? What does that mean?
my country. They can lick my European feet.
You're European. You're low. You're like purebred white guy or something. You think that's super cool?
They can lick my European feet. The people coming from Mexico with
The only one
bees,
here
they
licking
bring
feet
in-
is you bootlicking the Trump administration. So you don't have to project
Yeah,
this
so
feet
you're
licking
boot-
thing you're into.
you're-
You really don't.
Oh, you're a feminist. Oh, women,
Oh my God.
feminine.
Bro is pulling out of the
Aw.
hat every trick in the book. The bunny didn't work. He
Hey,
says
guess
fucking
what? The
men and
phone-
women's
you know the
bathrooms,
phone-
Hunter
the phone
Biden
thing-
laptop, Sharia
It
law,
was created by the
everything.
Democrats. It was
He has
created-
everything.
The 2020 election. It
everything
was
but the
rigged by
topic
the
at hand.
radical left. The radical left rigged the 2020 election, and
Yep.
we need to fight and take back America.
Yeah.
We need to take back America.
You're gonna fight and take
J6
back
was-
America?
Yes, we will
You
take
with the
back
JD Vance
America.
profile picture who isn't even showing his face, you're gonna fight. Who are you gonna fight? How are you gonna
Look
fight?
at
Tell
him,
us.
Look at him. I can bench more than you. You're a nepo baby. That's
Uh-huh.
what you are, sissy little.
Who are you gonna fight?
I can bench
How are you
more-
gonna fight for this country?
Bitch, I could beat your
You're
ass.
gonna go bench press in front of the White House?
I can bench more. Yeah, you know Chris also likes talk. You know Chris talking to underage girls with Harry Sisson. Yeah, Harry, Harry and Chris
Hello?
are pedophiles. Yes, you see how Harry got canceled.
Bro, are
and
you have
Chris-
ADHD? You've like jumped to like 30
No,
different things, and
Chris-
half of them aren't even
no,
real,
no,
unless some scandal is
You know-
broken that I missed.
Look, I want to debate Chris because Chris is annoying and he's been harassing me. I want to debate Chris. I'm bringing him up on the stream. I don't want an open border. I want my country.
This guy's
Chris, shut up.
crashing out.
Look, Adam, you know that Trump's your president. Can you both agree that Trump's your president?
Yeah, no dip. Was Biden your
guess what?
president in
No.
2021?
No. No, actually.
Oh
the
no,
election
actually,
was-
yeah, exactly.
But guess what?
It's
You know
actually
Matt
it's different
Nuclear
when it's
Mog-
Biden because I'm
Hey,
stupid,
hey,
bro.
Matt, you know Matt Mogsy, right?
Who?
Matt Mogsy. Matt Nuclear. He Mogsy.
Yeah, the pinnacle of masculinity, like the one.
Yeah. What's wrong with masculinity? What we can't.
No,
have
it's
our
funny
European
because he's
feet?
not right.
Okay.
He got
and?
triggered
What's
when
wrong?
one person in the comment section was like, "Matt's not masculine." He's like, "I actually wrestled in high school, actually."
What is it? Because he's African American? You people on the left want to use race, right? And Chris, you're crazy, Chris. You
Actually
need to go to-
delusional. Like, bro, get on your mat. You've
And data
you've
app.
changed the topic like a million times.
and
I've
data
yet to get
app.
a
You can't be
response
talking-
on Trump coin.
Nope, Trump coin is smart. I would do that if I was president.
Okay, so
Hey,
you're
they
saying
can-
I like corruption. I'd also be corrupt if I was president. Just say it with
look
your
at-
chest. Just say it with your
Nancy
chest.
Pelosi-
You talk about I
Nancy
bench press so
Pelosi's
much.
corrupt.
Why can't you say it with your
Nancy-
chest then? Just have some
Nancy
courage.
Pelosi's
Don't be
corrupt.
so terrified.
Nancy Pelosi.
Don't be so terrified of owning your own beliefs because you know it's unhinged to say I like corruption,
What
but
about
everything
how-
you're saying is that you do like corruption. So just admit it and we'll have the honest conversation. Don't be so scared.
Okay, so let's talk about how
Just
Nancy
admit it.
Pelosi got.
Just admit it.
You
You,
know,
bench
Chris
so
got-
much and you can't say it with your chest. This benching has amounted to
Chris
nothing.
got inside-
Where's the
You know
benching?
Chris got inside-
Where's the benching? Where's
Chris
all the
got
hard
inside-
work?
It's hard work.
It's
Look,
hard
Chris
work,
got
but you can't
insider-
say shit with your chest. You run in circles. You obfuscate. You switch the topic. But you can't just say, I like
Adam.
corruption. Corruption's good. I'd also do corruption if I was president.
Politics will always be corrupt. You can't
Yeah,
change
yeah,
that. It's like
yeah.
saying,
Don't forget how you started
it's
this
like-
saying that Trump is less corrupt than the average politician, even though I have
Yes,
10
he
different
is.
scandals where
But
he
guess
by
what?
far
Guess what?
outweighs any corruption from any other politician.
Guess what? As long as he's protecting our country, I don't care if he's corrupt. I will say that. As
there
long
we
as he's
go.
protecting our
There we go. Good boy. How
don't
long did it
care if
take
he's
you?
corrupt.
How long did it take
I
you to
don't
just say
care
it?
if he's corrupt.
Just admit it.
How long will it take?
How
Chris?
hard
How
was
long
that,
will it
dude?
take, Chris?
How hard
How long
was
will
that?
it take, Chris?
Was it really
How
that
long will
hard?
it take Chris to stop talking to underage girls?
Was it
Chris
really?
talking to
Was it
underage-
really that difficult to just say it with your
Look,
chest?
Chris-
It took so long. You ran in every other direction
How
you
long
could.
you want to talk about? How long you want to talk about Nancy Pelosi stock trades? She's a billionaire and she's an
Well, guess
insane
what?
Marxist. Like
You know which political party wants to ban congressional stock trading? Your live is not eligible for recommendation because of restricted. Okay.
it's because of you, little buddy.
No, it says because
because
I
of-
Love Trump 2028 does not comply with our community guidelines. Awesome.
Nope, no.
Bye.
TikTok-
Bye bye. Holy fuck. I'm going to restart the live real quick. Y'all hop back on real quick. We're going to restart the live. That's stupid as fuck. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, if you're over on the YouTube page, I guess you're still here, because YouTube doesn't take people down for their guests. That's a dumbass thing that TikTok does, where they'll take down your live if you have an unhinged guest, which is hard to avoid when you're debating Trump supporters. Over on the YouTube side, by the way, how are you guys liking this new YouTube setup? The new layout? I learned how to use Figma yesterday, and I made this little overlay instead of buying one. It's nothing very special or revolutionary, but better look than what we had before, I think. Okay. This person wonders why there's a male loneliness epidemic. This person's all over the place. Yeah, these are unhinged, psychotic people. This is one thing that is not talked about enough. We try to intellectualize politics and talk about like, oh, these fascist ideologues. A lot of it for these people is not ideological. It is just pure psychological. Like, it's just some weird revenge fantasy that they have, or like some liberal was mean to them one time and now they want to kill everyone. Like, that's what MAGA is. I think we do ourselves a disservice when we try to make it sound more sophisticated and ideologically grounded than it actually is. This is just, by and large, a bunch of unhinged people who want to do unhinged antisocial things. And yeah, that did help out the viewer count. That was nice. But this is like something that I feel like is not addressed enough. Like, even, bro, Trump's tweet yesterday is fucking unreal. It was actually unreal. Hold on. Let's just go to Trump's Twitter. This was fucking insane. Like, hold on. Let's switch our scene now. See, I'm gonna switch the scene. Look at that. Look at that. We have the live, super high tech now. Let's switch the scene on. There we go. He straight up used the R slur. Dude, how long has it been since a Trump tweet like actually made your jaw drop? I'm reading this tweet, and as I'm progressively going down and down, my eyes are getting wider, and I'm like, whoa. Then at one point, I scroll back up, and I'm like, is this a parody account? Is this actually Trump? Because this is actually unhinged to a level that makes all of his previous tweets look normal, including his January 6th tweet, Mike Pence doesn't have the courage, whatever the fuck. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at. Bro's really trying to hit the word count on this one. Along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct. I haven't heard this term since 2015. I thought we called it woke now. He's back to the 2015 terminology, talking about politically correct. And just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. Where does this get explicitly xenophobic and ableist and like a million other things, Islamophobic? There's one part that's just so insane. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful women stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope. What does that mean? Hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman/woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab. Bro, this should have stayed in the drafts, bro. This is crazy. This is a Trump tweet. This is insane even for a Trump tweet. This is like, this person should be in a fucking insane asylum, not the White House. Like, we sometimes don't talk about the severity of how actually unhinged he is. It's not just that Trump's not qualified to be president. Trump is not qualified to be, like, loose in society. Like, if this was your grandparent, you'd have put them in a home by now. And they'd be on heavy medication to keep them sedated. Right? Or if this was how America used to be, he'd be in a straitjacket. This is, like, unhinged shit. And just to be clear, by the way, hold on. Maybe David was right about the PayPal Cash App thing reducing viewership. So let's keep it as this right now, I guess. The chronic stress from the Epstein files worsened his dementia. True. And, I mean, this tweet, I hope we're all clear, was like half written by Stephen Miller. Like this entire part about she's in her swaddling hijab, and the migrant population, refugee burden, social dysfunction. Some of these words are definitely not even in Trump's vocabulary. Has anyone seen the video of how Trump writes his tweets behind the scenes? Hold on. I need to find this. It was like a clip from a documentary where he's like sitting with Tulsi Gabbard. There it is. Does anyone know the clip I'm referring to here? I think I bookmarked this on Instagram, maybe. Okay, I found it. Let's see. Ooh, the nice thing about being on my MacBook now is I can just airdrop this over. Hold on. Where's the audio? Just listen. This is how it goes. This was him and Stephen Miller, okay?
I trust women also. And I will keep women safe.
Of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
She won't, because the millions pouring into the invasion of our country at our open border are destroying the lives of women and the families of African Americans and Hispanics. Close the border. She just called to give all illegals citizenship. Say goodbye to the USA.
Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO.
NATO wasn't paying their bills. I saved NATO. She's complaining.
Has she said anything on China?
Has she mentioned fracking?
Kamala Harris is a threat to democracy.
She will take us into World War III and nuclear war.
She will take us into a nuclear world war.
Trump really enters flow state when he's dictating these tweets. By the way, this thing you just saw where Tulsi Gabbard tells him what to add on to the tweet after he gets all the unhinged stuff out of the way, this is the role Stephen Miller played last night. Trump was sitting in the White House having a mental breakdown because the walls are closing in on him. He's absolutely fucked. And he just starts going crazy on Twitter. And then Stephen Miller walks in. He's like, yeah, also add that Ilhan Omar and her swaddling hijab and the Somalian gangs are roaming around trying to eat your children. Cole, you want to come up and debate? Sure. Let's switch back to debates. Oh, we actually have a few guest requests, I guess.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how old are you?
How do you not remember me, man? Am I that forgettable?
Oh,
Really?
okay. That was a waste of our time. Official QRZ, are you wanting to debate? I'm not having up friendlies right now. Let me say something, though. Look at this piece of work about you versus Matt. Hold on. I want to... Must have showed up before to kick him. But Obama wore a tan suit. So true. Hold on, though. I want to go over some recent news. This shit is crazy to me. Trump ordered a green card review after DC shooting. Federal immigration officials are re-examining green cards issued to people from 19 countries considered high risk. Hold on. This is not showing on the YouTube end. Let's switch over. Decision announced November 27th by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services comes in light of the deadly shooting, okay? Issued new guidance for negative country-specific factors to be considered when vetting people from 19 countries. In other words, the government could try to remove legal status of people with green cards from those countries for reasons related to their country of origin rather than anything they have personally done. And yeah, which countries are included? Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. So if you are a legal green card holder in the US from any of these countries, you followed literally all the rules, did nothing wrong, just, I guess, from the guilt of association of coming from that country, your green card could be revoked now? I mean, here's the thing. I know a lot of MAGA loves this, but my issue is like the same issue I was having with the last guy, which is like, if you love the authoritarian, unhinged, crazy shit, then just say, I'm an unhinged, crazy authoritarian, and then we can debate that, whether it's a good thing or not. But the thing is, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to act like I care about law and order, I care about efficiency, but also I love what Trump is doing. It's like, no, you have to pick one or the other, actually. Taking ops up for debate, I am. If there's any ops that want to debate. Bald eagle step, okay. I mean, we can switch over to debates and go to tools. Let's see. Hey, which prompt did you want to debate?
Let's see. I guess well, why I voted for him more than anything. I guess it will encompass the entire prompt, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, okay. When you're ready. But yeah, I saw your episode on YouTube. That was pretty great. I think you won that debate. You and also the lady with the awesome hair. You guys definitely won the debate.
Oh, Naima. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, Naima. Yeah, she's amazing. You guys definitely won the debate for sure. But I do want to add in my critique. So
you voted for Trump, to be clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do think that by the destabilizing stability, he stabilized destabilization, and that kind of called a paradoxical equilibrium, right?
Say that again?
So by destabilizing the stability, he stabilized destabilization.
Stabilizing stability. Okay, you're trolling, right? Stabilizing stability of what?
No, I'm sorry. Wait. You're amazing. I'm not to support. I'm sorry. I'm trolling. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'll leave.
You're good. Okay. I don't think there's going to be any actual real Trump supporters that want to debate, so we're just going to go over news and random videos and shit, if everyone's okay with that. And if you're watching over on YouTube, by the way, or on TikTok, you can switch over to YouTube. Better layout over there. So I am live on YouTube as well. If you're watching on TikTok, go to the link tree in my bio and go watch on YouTube. I think it's a better experience. So this is unhinged, insane shit. Is anyone okay with this? That's not a crazy MAGA person? Percentage of green card holder by continent they were born. So yeah, there's millions of people whose green card status is at risk here just because of the country they came from. Parnas said Hegseth committed war crimes. Yeah, he did. He did. Hold on. This shit is insane. No, this isn't it. They basically did a strike on one of these boats, and they checked the satellite view, and they saw people that were still survivors, like in the water. And then he shoots them again. And yes, I mean, the U.S. has funded war crimes for you. I don't dispute that. But this is like a very overt, unhinged thing to do. One thing that kind of annoys me about the whole Trump phenomenon is that people like to say, oh, this is just business as usual, right? Like everyone has always been corrupt. Everyone has always been authoritarian. America's always been horrible. And when you talk like that, it's so clearly like downplays the severity of what Trump is doing and creates like a false equivalency where we're saying that like congressional stock trading is the same thing as pardoning someone who gave your family business billions of dollars. Like those are the same thing. I just don't buy that, right? Trump administration pauses domestic applications for asylum. They had already done this, effectively speaking, since Trump came in, right? They had canceled all these asylum appointments and put people in for expedited removal. Do you read comments like the chat? Yeah. I respond to the chat all the time. This is crazy shit. I'm trying to normalize so it doesn't look bad, but it's also a normie take. A lot of normies say like, oh yeah, well, America's always been corrupt. America's always been authoritarian. America's always sucked. And like, there were bad things that happened before Trump. Like, don't get me wrong. Like the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan were horrible as well. But Trump is a different thing than the previous, like fuck ups of the U.S. Like this is different, right? It's blatant. It's in your face. It's shameless. It's malicious. How do you organize your research? I mean, I can show you the research I had organized for my debate prompts that were on the screen. We have all of these, right? For prompt by prompt. In terms of Trump being corrupt, I don't know if people saw this. He was caught on a hot mic with the president of Indonesia, who was trying to finalize a business deal with Eric. And they're talking after like a big, foreign visit or whatever. And Trump's talking to him. He's like, hey, man, can you get me a meeting with Eric? We're negotiating something. He's such a good boy. I'll have Eric call you. He's like so clearly using his position of power to enrich himself and his family. It's like not very debatable anymore. I mean, it never really was. This as well. He's pardoning people that contributed, in some cases, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars to his campaign. Right? The founder of the Nikola electric vehicle company, Milton, was pardoned by Trump on March 27th. He donated $2 million towards the president's re-election efforts, including almost $1 million to the Trump 47 Political Action Committee. And then he just gets pardoned. Right? There's no example of Biden doing something like this or Obama doing something like this. There's just nothing, right? Or Pelosi, right? Like we can say like Pelosi shouldn't own stocks. I agree. I think congressional stock trading should be banned. But it's annoying when someone brings up Pelosi stock trading as like a counter argument to this unhinged, blatant corruption. They're just like not in the same universe in terms of severity. Severity is a word that has like lost all significance. People don't understand there's like levels to shit, right? Like corruption can mean a whole bunch of things. I think I prefer to reserve it for like very blatant cases. People throw it around a little bit more lightly, and that's fine. But then what ends up happening is people equate Trump's quid pro quo pardons with like PAC money, right? And I'm against PAC money, right? Like I want money out of politics, but these are just not the same thing. They're just not. Trump pardon of crypto billionaire CZ. This guy gives massive benefit to World Liberty Financial, which is allied with Trump's family, and makes him billions of dollars, and then Trump just pardons him for financial crimes. This right here just puts it all into like a numerical terms. His net worth is almost doubled from 4.3 billion to 7. How does it make sense that in 10 months his net worth has increased by $3 billion? I'll tell you how it makes sense. He leverages all of his connections in terms of diplomacy and foreign relations to create like hookups and connects for his business and his family. Then, I mean, my second prompt, I mean, this is all my research stuff for the debate prompt on the screen. I guess I'm just spoiling it now. The TCJA, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, has not at all paid for itself. It just blew up our deficit and our debt. So never let Republicans tell you they care about the deficit and the debt. This destroyed our deficit and debt, and it didn't even result in equal economic growth, right? It's one thing if it's like, okay, we lost $100 billion in government revenue, but then we got $120 billion in GDP growth directly from the tax cut. That never happened. There was never any sort of like equal or like compensatory economic response to this disaster of a bill that's now been made permanent by the big ugly bill. And this again, like I understand it's like, oh, Democrats and Republicans, it's like two sides of the same coin and there's like the uniparty or whatever. This is like Republicans don't want this. They claim to want it, right? Trump and JD ran on, we're going to expand the child tax credit. But then while they were running, there was a vote in the Senate on expanding and continuing the child tax credit. And JD Vance didn't even show up to the vote. And these MAGA people have the audacity to say, oh, Kamala Harris copied J.D. Vance's plan for a child tax credit. He doesn't even, and like they increased it in the big, beautiful bill from the standard basic level, but not to the same level that Biden increased it to with the American Rescue Plan. And he made it fully refundable as well. So like they pretend to be pro-family, good for the economy. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. This as well, like the ACA, for all the shit they give the ACA, it is extremely favorable across the political spectrum with the right and the left. It massively expanded coverage. They care about manufacturing jobs. That's why they want tariffs. Biden had a manufacturing boom. He spent over $1 trillion on infrastructure, hundreds of billions on domestic manufacturing for chips. They didn't give a fuck. They don't care. This is all fake. This is what annoys me about MAGA. They never admit with their chest what they actually believe, right? That last guy that I talked to, how long did it take for him to just admit, I'm fine with corruption as long as it's coming from Trump. This is what most of MAGA thinks, right? I'm fine with corruption. I'm fine with authoritarianism. I'm fine with horrible economic policy. I'm fine with horrible foreign policy as long as it's coming from Trump and not the evil libs on the left. That's their actual belief system. But they can never say that explicitly, so they have to tiptoe around it, tap dance, make false equivalencies, make certain shit seem worse than it is, other shit seem more benign than it is. That's like their entire playbook. And people have fallen for it for some reason. But this is like, I want to be clear. I don't think most people that voted for Trump are like actually mentally unwell. Like, I really don't. I think like probably more than half of the 74 million that voted for him are just like low information voters, people that don't pay close attention. But there's like a solid 20 to 30% of the U.S. that we need to figure out what's going on there. Like there's some sort of serious, I don't know if the correct term would be like mass delusion or mass psychosis. And I don't mean this in like a funny way, like making fun of mental illness or whatever. Like when there are people who unironically believe in this like QAnon stuff and that like Trump is like he's in the system to fix everything and save everyone against the demonic microchip injector Fauci. Like this is not normal. And these people are real and they exist in very, very large numbers. Okay. Like every time I post a YouTube video that has to do with immigration, I always have at least 3 or 4 comments saying, can we deport this kid? Like this did not used to be the traditional way to engage in political conversation in the US. Even as bad as Republicans were, like Mitt Romney now seems like leaps and bounds beyond better than Trump, just in the way at least he fucking composed himself. Which does matter, by the way. I know there's like a lot of talk about character is overrated, doesn't matter. No. Character is one of the most important things in a leader, by far. Character determines what their priorities are, how hard they fight for their priorities, in what way they fight for their priorities, how they communicate. Like, character matters a lot in a leader. A lot. And I think people took that for granted. Like, just compare Obama to Trump. It's insane. Like, where we've ended up. And the Groypers are getting left behind by the new crazies. Yeah, it's... And this is the other thing. All this talk about the manufacturing sector has been destroyed. Why did Democrats destroy manufacturing? We have when was this written? We had a bunch of open manufacturing jobs and no one was filling them. Because I'm going to take a wild guess and say that the demand for manufacturing jobs has probably gone down in 2025 compared to like the early 2000s and the 90s. So it's like this Safari page could be like 10,000 tabs long and it still would only cover the surface of what Trump has done. Matter of fact, actually, let's watch the Legal Eagle video on this because he covers it really well. Let's watch this. And am I the only one who finds this TikTok view count like extremely suspicious? If you're new here, maybe you don't get it, but if you've watched my previous lives, this is weird. Because it goes up when there's like a very contentious, heated debate, obviously, but my floor is usually 150. And when I tell you it's 150 when I'm yapping about literally nothing, like the most random stuff I'll be yapping, it's 150. This is weird. They've been doing weird shit to my account and other liberals' accounts as well on TikTok. Again, if anyone missed this, I was demonetized, removed from the Creator Rewards program for not having any public videos on my page. Now, can someone here correct me? I was under the impression that I actually do have public videos on my page. I don't know where this is coming from. I submit an appeal for manual review. They manually review my appeal saying I do have public videos on my page. Like, just look at my page. And they rejected my appeal. That's crazy. That's like, how? How do you, like... It's actually insane.
Like a frog boiling in its...
So honestly, I might be switching over pretty heavily to Instagram and YouTube. TikTok has like so severely like fucked any center left or progressive leftist creators that it's like I've had people messaging me saying that they've been made to unfollow me when they never unfollowed me. That what else? That my videos like freeze for them and they can't, every time they try to like my videos, it like unlikes the video and they have to keep doing it. They have to refresh, go back to my page. It's just like so blatant what's going on. that yeah, if you enjoy my stuff on TikTok, honestly, start migrating over to YouTube. And if you're here now and you want to watch on YouTube, go to the link tree. Just go to my bio, my profile, and go to my link tree. That is all my other platforms. If you enjoy my stuff, start following me on other platforms, Instagram and YouTube primarily, and join the Discord. All that stuff is in link tree in my bio. I am also live right now on YouTube, and it looks way better than this live setup.
Frog boiling in its own water. America is slipping towards authoritarianism, and it may already be too late. If you've ever wondered, how could X country just let that happen? Well, congratulations. You're living in the answer. This isn't a could happen, it's happening. And contrary to popular belief, authoritarianism doesn't always arrive via dramatic military coup. Democracies can, and often do, slide into authoritarianism slowly, quietly, and procedurally. There are three obvious pillars of a slide towards authoritarianism: consolidation of force and suppression of dissent, undermining the rule of law and electoral guardrails, and patronages, purges, and the destruction of independent institutions. And in just the last few months, what have we seen? Tens of thousands of career civil servants purged from the government. Masked, unaccountable federal police deployed, answering only to Trump. An immigration crackdown escalating into effectively internment camps, torture sites, and secret renditions to war zones, ensnaring citizens and non-citizens alike. Thanks, Justice Kavanaugh. Political prosecutions of rivals, dissidents, and members of the opposition party. The destruction of the rule of law through mass pardons of his team and the shutting down of investigations into his allies. For example, the January 6th insurrectionists, corrupt Republican politicians, donors, and business associates. The invasion of blue cities and states by the National Guard and Marines under the excuse of a manufactured peacetime emergency. Systematic demonization and othering of targeted groups. Immigrants and trans people blamed for every single societal problem. Ignoring court orders. Ignoring Congress by spending money that was never appropriated and refusing to spend money that was. Publicly flirting with an unconstitutional third term as president, like a coquettish little tyrant in waiting. What a scamp. Attacking, suing, and banning media outlets that dare to criticize him. And enriching himself to the tune of billions of dollars through his crypto empire, self-dealing with his own businesses, and selling access to the White House. This is the authoritarian trifecta: consolidating state power, undermining the rule of law, and unrestrained corruption. And we're not even a year into a 4-year term. If you saw this happening anywhere else in the world, you would call it the opening phase of a failed state. Political scientist Juan Linz identified 4 defining features of authoritarianism: limited political pluralism, constraints on legislatures, parties, and interest groups, legitimacy built on emotion, the leader as a necessary evil fighting societal decay, minimal political mobilization paired with the suppression of anti-regime activity, and vague, ever-expanding executive powers, undefined and shifting at will. And that describes America in 2025 with uncomfortable precision. Now, we recently released a video compiling all the crimes and corruption that Trump has committed so far, because, frankly, there's been so much that even we, professional lawyers, we're starting to lose track. And I'm sure we still miss some. We made that video because normal people, even extremely intelligent ones, have a hard time grasping the full scope unless they are immersed in it every single day. I was at a wedding recently talking to a friend who is an incredibly intelligent, high-powered attorney. We were making conversation about what was going on in the world, and he asked why I was so worried about this country. And when I rattled off a partial list like the one you just heard, he was aghast. Because unless you're watching the news for several hours a day, it's just impossible to keep track. It's the Mr. Burns defense. Your average American might get some of these headlines, but I guarantee that the median American voter is not privy to half of this stuff. And the information economy is in shambles. Trump has spent the last 8 years preemptively accusing everyone else of corruption so that when he does the very thing that he projected onto others, it lands softly. Oh, this is just politics as usual, or, well, both sides are bad, so what?
This is so true. This perfectly captures the current political climate, especially on social
For several
media.
hours a day? It's just impossible to keep track. It's the Mr. Burns defense. Your average American might get some of these headlines, but I guarantee that the median American voter is not privy to half of this stuff. And the information economy is in shambles. Trump has spent the last 8 years preemptively accusing everyone else of corruption so that when he does the very thing that he projected onto others, it lands softly. Oh, this is just politics as usual, or, well, both sides are bad, so what? But this is not politics as usual. This is the playbook of authoritarianism. And perhaps the most galling part is how little pushback there's been, even among people who are paying attention. You might remember 2015. Remember the right-wing conspiracy theory that President Obama was going to invade red states, Jade Helm 15? Well, that fever dream has essentially come true, except it wasn't Obama, it's actively Trump, and it's going on right now. And although Second Amendment tyranny resistors are suddenly mysteriously silent. Even worse, Trump and his surrogates now whine that simply calling their behavior authoritarianism itself is an incitement to violence, thus justifying further crackdowns. This is the logic of a wife beater. This is gaslighting on a national scale. And early in Trump's second term, we were asking, is this a constitutional crisis? Well, yeah, it was. But the constitutional crisis is over. We lost. Trial courts have fought valiantly, but the Supreme Court has repeatedly abdicated its role and handed over unprecedented power to the president. Not any president, certainly not a Democratic president, but to one president, Donald Trump. The Supreme Court will not save us. And for reasons that I cannot fathom, they seem to welcome the turn towards authoritarianism. Now, I recognize that it hasn't been seamless. There has been plenty of buffoonery. Trump exists in such a dense bubble of misinformation that I think he truly believes everyone else is as corrupt as he is. And that delusion has led him to empower some of the most incompetent loyalists alive, Lindsey Halligan, Alina Habba, and Emil Bove, who have bungled his revenge fantasies. And some of their ham-fisted schemes have exploded in their faces. And certain institutions, especially lower courts and juries, have pushed back. But the terrifying part is this. Their corrupt plans might have worked if they weren't so dumb. And eventually, a more competent authoritarian will step in and finish what they started. As Professor Nicholas Grossman put it, in normal democracy terms, we're in bad shape and things are getting worse. In consolidated authoritarianism terms, we're doing pretty well as the regime.
This is very well said. This is a great way to understand where the country is at right now. In terms of how things are supposed to be, this is pretty bad. If we're assuming that the new status quo is authoritarianism, then things are actually not as bad as they could be, I guess, because this is true that Trump's approval is crashing, right? I mean, he's getting destroyed in elections. So Depends if you're a glass half full or glass half empty type of person.
Is haphazard, meeting resistance, and growing increasingly unpopular. And I think he's absolutely right, but I'm not confident that that will still be true 3 years from now. And look, I don't think we're beyond salvation yet. We do still have a choice. But 3 years from now, a whole lot of these bastards are going to need to go to jail. There will be enormous political pressure to just move on and pretend like this never happened, arguably like President Biden did after 2021. But authoritarianism is like cancer. Ignore it and it spreads. Pretend it's gone and it comes back worse. And President Trump is a malignant tumor on this nation. Look, we no longer have a Republican Party and a Democratic
Oh my God, he's cooking.
like President Biden did after 2021. But authoritarianism is like cancer. Ignore it and it spreads. Pretend it's gone and it comes back worse. And President Trump is a malignant tumor on this nation. Look,
I've used that exact terminology before. I mean, the best description for MAGA is cancer. What's cancer? Would you ever do a more philosophical debate like the one you did against Jim Bob and Easy? Probably not. I really, really hate philosophy debates. I studied philosophy in college. Like, I get that it's like some people enjoy it, but like anytime someone starts a debate with like premise 1, premise 2, I want to die. I can't. I really prefer like contemporary politics, especially because a lot of philosophy and morals and ethics, I think, ends up being a lot more arbitrary than people want to admit. And philosophy debates end up being like a weird debate about like whose imaginary system is better. And then it's like, on what basis is it better? I don't know.
we no longer have a Republican.
Like descriptively, when it comes to morality, I'm like an emotivist, in that I don't believe that there's objective morality, but that's just because it's a category error to say objective morality. I don't think that morality exists in the realm of what can be objective. I don't think it's like, I think we're talking typically about like objective things. We're talking about usually more like empirical stuff. Any moral system is going to be based on just certain values that you just take as a given, and where those values come from is kind of arbitrary. And 90% of it's probably from our emotions.
Party and a Democratic Party. We have a democracy party and an authoritarian party. And unfortunately, electorally, there's not a lot we can do right now. But we still do have a choice. So keep pushing back. Keep protesting.
I want to watch this. I never finished this. I got a minute into it, but...
It's hard to keep track of all of President Trump's criminality, illegality, and corruption. Donald Trump took office for the second time, already an adjudicated felon.
It's true, Trump is objectively bad, because when we're talking about Trump being objectively bad, we're saying in regards to what standard, right? So it's like less arbitrary. There's certain things that have to be done by a president in a constitutional republic, and if Trump fails to fulfill those, then you can objectively say he's not doing a good job as president, right? That's the difference, right? You can have, when you're talking about like ought claims, like prescriptive claims, you can make technically in certain confined cases like an objective ought claim if there's like a presupposed value that everyone's agreeing on, right? So like if you're in a race, you ought to like pass the finish line first. In that sense, I can make like an objective ought claim. It's only because it's grounded on like an established value that we're trying to maximize for.
Fraudster and sexual assaulter. But this video isn't about those crimes and offenses. This is only about what has happened so far in the last year. Because, I'll be honest, there's so much of it that it's hard to remember. And I guarantee that you've already forgotten half of it. So buckle up, because there's gonna be a lot. And programming note, because of some questionable acts by the Supreme Court, if something was illegal or constitutional at the time Trump did it, we included it in the list. We start with January 17th, 2025, because the corruption of his second term started just before he took office. On the eve of his presidency, instead of divesting himself of his conflict of interest-ridden businesses, Trump launched World Liberty Financial and a bunch of valueless meme coins. This allowed him to take bribes, engage in secret deals, and further enrich himself, all outside of many of the ordinary financial regulations. In Trump's first term, lobbyists, foreign governments, and Republican organizations curried favor with Trump by spending money at his Washington, D.C. hotel. But this time around, it's likely many individuals skipped the middleman and put money directly in Trump's pocket by buying the assets of World Liberty Financial and its various crypto offerings. Reports are that using World Liberty Financial, Trump has enriched himself by as much as $5 billion while in office. And it gets worse. We'll come back to that later. Then we get to January 20th. On Trump's first day in office, a flurry of executive orders. Now, I'll remind you, executive orders are not law, but they can direct federal agencies to do or not do things where the executive has discretion. In some cases, the president had the power, so to speak, but the acts were illegal or corrupt. In others, the president had no such power at all. So starting things out on January 20th, Trump purported to eliminate birthright citizenship via executive order. This was a profound constitutional violation, particularly of the 14th Amendment and due process. Trump shut down asylum requests at the border, claiming that it was an invasion. This violated the INA and several other immigration-related statutes, as well as the Take Care Clause and separation of powers, since Congress had already created laws on this topic. Trump purported to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Mexico sued, claiming that he didn't have the power to rename an entire body of water, just the part in U.S. territories. Separate from the executive orders on January 20th, Trump pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists who had been criminally convicted by juries. Now, this may technically have been legal since the president can pardon people, but as I explained at the time, it shouldn't be. And dozens of these people had prior convictions or pending charges for crimes like rape, sexual abuse of a minor, domestic violence, manslaughter, production of child sexual abuse material, and drug trafficking. The Trump administration continues to intervene on behalf of the January 6th defendants. And of course, pardoning these traitors not only undermines the rule of law with respect to election integrity, but sends a message that if you commit a crime but you're on the president's team, that you'll simply not be subject to the same rules and laws as everyone.
Have you seen Tim Miller's Jubilee appearance? I saw clips of it on Twitter. I didn't see the full thing. I like Tim Miller. I don't know, the debate is his forte. I saw clips of him debating Micah on abortion, and it didn't seem like he was doing too hot, which in fairness, abortion debates are like, it's better to be prepped for those. And I think that was like the final prompt that Micah got to choose that one. But I have not seen the full thing. I'm looking forward to the Adam Mockler one. I know he filmed one.
Everybody else. But back.
I don't think you are reaching out to MAGA. I'm not trying to reach out to MAGA. I don't know what you mean by that.
To the executive orders on January 20th, Trump terminated federal employee telework agreements contrary to union agreements. Trump unilaterally withdrew from the World Health Organization, which violated international law. Trump sent the military to seal the borders. This was a violation of Posse Comitatus, which bars military engagement in civilian law enforcement activities. Trump reinstated the so-called Schedule F without going
to talk to. I tried to do debates. There was like literally no one that wanted to debate. I can check the guest request. There's no one there. It's because there's nothing to debate anymore. There's no defense for Trump. So if a rare Trump supporter wants to hop along who wants to debate and not say the N-word, I'm happy to debate, but I'm just going to take for granted that that's not the case.
Through any notice and comment process, potentially firing federal...
No, I'm not in the Piers Morgan one.
Employees without going through the usual merit system protection process, a violation of the APA and civil service protections. Trump pulled security clearances from John Bolton and 50 other intelligence officials. This was an unlawful First Amendment retaliation and a violation of the APA and other federal regulations regarding security clearances. Trump unilaterally froze hiring in the government without any congressional authorization. Trump appointed Ed Martin to be the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Martin was entirely unqualified for the role. His only qualification was that he had promoted Trump's baseless stolen election claims. Martin went on to fire more than 24 prosecutors who had worked on the January 6th prosecution or the criminal investigation of Donald Trump, which was plainly retaliatory. Trump unilaterally paused the TikTok ban that had been passed by Congress and signed into law. Last time I checked, the president doesn't get to decide which laws to implement and which not.
This was kind of crazy. And it's one of those things where because I personally benefited from it, I was like a little bit less irked by it, but it is pretty crazy that he just ignored legislation that was signed into law. And he's just like, I'm not going to enforce that actually.
Not to. Trump declared
and how did that end up? TikTok is like shit. Has the new TikTok ownership like taken over yet? Like what? I stopped following that. TikTok is still owned by its parent company ByteDance. However, under a 2025 deal, U.S. operations are being structured with a consortium of American and international investors that will hold a majority stake, while ByteDance retains a minority ownership of less than 20%. But like, as of when? I don't think so, because clearly, I mean, across the board, there's been massive suppression of like left of center creators. Now, that could just be the original TikTok people as they're trying to appeal to Trump more, if it's not the new ownership. But it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, especially because I know a lot of people wanted to give Trump credit for this, for delaying the TikTok thing, but it ended up just backfiring.
Retaliatory.
On the
Trump unilaterally paused the TikTok ban that had been passed by Congress and signed into law. Last time I checked, the president doesn't get to decide which laws to implement and which not to. Trump declared a legally dubious emergency at the southern border so he and Stephen Miller could carry out the plans to deport people en masse. This exceeded his legal authority and set the stage for a host of other legal violations. Trump rolled back a variety of energy-related regulations with no process in violation of the APA. He also froze all congressional funding to alternative energy projects in violation of the Impoundments Clause. Trump suspended the entry of refugees into the country in violation of the provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act and associated regulations.
It's obviously changed, so right wing has big pull. No, let me tell you guys like how absolutely absurd the TikTok suppression is. Like, for example, this video. I like that I'm on Mac now and I can just hold on. Let's turn on my Bluetooth. There, okay. And then at the same time, let me get the Instagram. Like the best way to quantify how bad the suppression is just compare the same video being posted on Reels versus TikTok. And when I tell you the insanely suspicious shit that I've seen, hold on. And I'm really the last type of person to be like, oh, I'm the deep state is silencing me. Like, usually if my views are low, I usually assume it's like my own fault, but this shit has been like a little crazy. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So this video on TikTok about the Trump and Mamdani meeting. Whoops. This whole meeting was just a very funny reminder. It's at like 1,200 likes and how many views? I can check on my phone. It's at 1,200 likes and 10,000 views, okay? 1,200 likes and 10,000 views. This was posted a while ago. I'm not talking about the live viewership right now. Exact same video posted after on Instagram Reels. 29,000 likes. 29,000 likes and... Hold on, I can pull up the views on my phone. 29,000 likes and 328,000 views on Instagram. 328K views, 29K likes on Instagram. The exact same thing on TikTok. Just barely broke 10,000 views. Even though the retention, like all the stats on the analytics are like very, very good. Same goes for this thing.
What does that mean? Unlike Biden, who was actually
this thing about Trump's cognitive decline, 162,000 likes on Reels. Okay, and how many views? 1.4 million views, 160K likes on Reels. That exact same video is on TikTok. It's at 33K views and 5,000 likes. This is how I know when it's like I post a video that goes like mega viral on Instagram, like over 1 million views, over 100K likes, and then it barely breaks 1,000 likes on TikTok. And I have people messaging me saying they can't like my video. They're being made to unfollow me when they don't want to. Weird. Even videos that like, hold on. There was another one that was like insane to me. Let me find that one. Let's check on Instagram. Even my like, which video is this? The video I posted about like phase 2 of Trump's presidency on TikTok, it's at 190,000 views. So like pretty good. On Instagram, it's 1.4 million views, 146K. So it's just like so blatant. It's so, I mean, there's going to be some natural variation there in terms of like platform differences, audience differences, posting time, stuff like that. But when you're posting something on Instagram and like 3-4 videos in a row that get 6 figures in likes, 7 figures in views can barely break 1,000 likes on TikTok, that doesn't happen. That's not normal. That's not just like the algorithm doing the algorithm thing. That's like clearly intentional. And I've seen this happen to like creators much bigger than myself as well. So yeah, IG is doing much better. And I think the reason people think IG is doing much better is because they're comparing it to TikTok. And with TikTok, like I've been doing it long enough to recognize certain trends. So like typically if you can maintain over 50% retention past the 7-second mark on a 1-minute video, you're going to usually do pretty well. And then any retention number on like a 1-minute video that's like above 44% is for sure going to be a banger when it comes to political content. Also like conversion rates to like views to followers and stuff. And I've posted videos that have gotten like some of the best analytics of any videos I've ever posted in terms of retention, followers gained. Like I really keep up with like the nitty gritty of the analytics, and those videos still get like weirdly silenced and suppressed. Yeah, so that's just it's annoying. I mean, again, if you're watching here right now, make sure you hop on over to YouTube and watch there instead, because that's going to be where I'm kind of migrating over to. And you might see more long form content from me as well over on YouTube, because TikTok is just not viable. It's just not, which sucks because it used to be great. But the radical MAGA lunatics have ruined it, unfortunately. Because we can't even really do debate live if there's like, I mean, the thing with guest requests from Trump supporters is they go up as viewership goes up. If it's like 1% of people request, and I have 40 viewers, it's like not even one person that's gonna request. Did you use tags on it? I did, but I had to stop using certain tags on TikTok. I can only use hashtag FYP on TikTok. Anytime I use hashtag politics, hashtag election, hashtag Trump, my video gets like flagged or like shadow banned. So when you post political TikTok now, a political TikTok now, you have to try to make it seem like it's not political. And I've noticed like videos where I don't explicitly say something negative about Trump, they do like a little bit better. But when I make a video saying like, oh, Trump is evil or whatever, he has to be impeached, those videos, it's weird, right? Like the first 30 minutes, they blow up. Like it's at like 600 likes in the first 30 minutes. And then over the next 5 hours, it gets like 20 more likes. I don't think it's done by real people suppressing. TikTok has really, really good automated algorithms to like seek out certain words and certain imagery. So they can have like AIs go through and like read the transcript of a TikTok, because they immediately transcribe it to give you the captions option. That's why when you go to more options on a TikTok video, you can get captions. It's because they have transcripts for every video that's posted. It's very easy for AI to analyze those transcripts and say, okay, this is negative about Trump or Republicans. We're going to like lower the ceiling, right? So even if the growth curve and decay curve is the same, that it would be, the severity and the slope of it is like brought down. Yeah, you need to newspeak it until you make it now. What do you mean newspeak? But yeah, I definitely have to couch my language on TikTok. That's the thing. That's why I'm like kind of done with TikTok. Is like the amount that I have to suppress and silence my own words. Like I have to be careful to say certain things on TikTok. It just doesn't exist on any other platform. I guess we can go back to this.
Relations. Going back to his greatest hits, Trump directed the construction of a border wall without congressional approval. This violated separation of powers and the spending clause. He terminated parole programs that had allowed immigrants to enter the country in special circumstances without congressional authorization or APA rulemaking. Trump reestablished the federal death penalty via executive order. He also directed the reconsideration of President Biden's grants of clemency, which is not a thing that you can do. Stick with me because we're only about halfway through the first day of the presidency on January.
That's crazy. So you're going to make more content on YouTube? I have to. It's literally all I can do right now, because my main source of income from content was the Creator Rewards program. It paid really well. Good RPM. And back before TikTok was suppressing people, I feel like I had cracked pretty well the algorithm on getting views, like good views. And I think I still have it, because on Instagram, my videos do like extremely well. But now that I'm demonetized and my appeal was rejected, I need to, I guess, put more effort into YouTube stuff and getting monetized on YouTube, and then having up my pay links and stuff, which is like annoying. But that's kind of the last resort I've been left to. I think I can reapply for the Creator Rewards program at the end of December, but the RPM has dropped so much as well, which I don't know if that's like an end of the year thing or just like an algorithm change. Like, for example, right, just to put it into perspective, like last summer 2024, if I'd post a video that gets 200,000 views, usually I'm on that video making like $200 to $350 on a video that gets like 200,000 views on TikTok. Now, a video on TikTok that has the same views, 200,000 views, I maybe make like $40. And that's, I mean, that was when I was monetized. Now I'm not. So just to put into perspective, like how insane the shift has been. And I've also heard that YouTube has better RPM. And I can just, people want long form content as well. So I really am going to be just abandoning this app. It's so trash now.
February 20th. Continuing on that day, Trump issued a memo making it easier for him to fire senior non-political leaders at government agencies. This was an effort to prioritize loyalty and fealty in violation of civil service protections and probably the First Amendment. Trump declared an energy emergency to get around regulations and laws. He even encouraged agencies to potentially use the Defense Production Act to do this. Trump shut down wind energy projects with no administrative process. Trump froze hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign aid. This was a violation of the Impoundment Control Act, the spending clause, and separation of powers. Trump directed construction of detention centers without congressional authorization. That was also a violation of the spending clause. And he unilaterally paused funding for immigration-related services and organizations, which violated those organizations' due process rights, separation of powers, and again, the Impoundment Control Act and spending clause. Trump issued an executive order that authorized a travel ban without specifying which countries would be banned. And of course, Trump created or repurposed Doge. Headed up by Elon Musk, who had reams of conflicts of interest, Doge worked to illegally fire federal workers in violation of civil service protection.
Can I just say, I really hate to like toot my own horn, but the level of specificity with which I predicted like every single thing that has happened, like, it's annoying. It's this, like, when Trump won and came in in January 2025, I was like then feeling how I feel like people are starting to feel now, because I feel like I had, like, hold on, I just want to go over some of these TikToks that I made, bro, because it's like, I think I have one of them pinned just because, like, okay, this TikTok,
Trump
right?
could end American democracy as we know it. Here's exactly what that would look like. A win in 2024 would allow Trump to avoid all federal indictments against him, either by completely pardoning himself or by appointing lackeys to the DOJ who would drop the charges and serve at his pleasure.
That happened. This was in May of 2024.
Confirmations for these loyalists wouldn't matter because they'd just be acting appointees.
Oh, circumventing Senate confirmation to do acting appointees. That's what he did with Lindsey Halligan and Alina Habba. And Lindsey Halligan is how he managed to indict his political opponents. Like, I literally opened by saying he's going to use acting appointments to circumvent the Senate and go after political opponents and politicize the DOJ. Did that.
Effectively allowing Trump to install complete sycophants to cabinet positions with no one to stop him. With the use of pardons, Trump could embolden his allies and supporters to act with complete impunity while also freeing the Capitol rioters currently in prison. Through an executive order, Trump could also re-implement Schedule F.
He also re-implemented Schedule F. I think it's called something else now, but he did.
Which would allow him to hire and fire civil servants based on their allegiance to him, bypassing the usual guidelines that prevent this. These actions alone would put the country in a position where our federal agencies were run and staffed by tens of thousands of people who value Trump's agenda over all checks and balances while also being entirely above the law. It would also mean Trump's political opponents and critics would be at risk of prosecution or even assassination.
The prosecution thing happened. Let's hope this thing doesn't happen.
Which, according to his own lawyer, he would have the power to do. MAGA fans might think that this is a stretch, but Trump's own attorney general has stated that he often talked about executing.
People gave me shit for this. Trump would never talk about executing his rivals. This is nothing new. The way that he's now talking about we have to execute Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly because they said the military should disobey illegal orders. Trump's been saying shit like this since his first term, and his own attorney general admitted that when Trump would get mad at people, he would say we should have them executed. When members of the Trump team would leak to the media, Trump would go on tantrums saying they should be killed. So it shouldn't be surprising this is happening again.
People when he lost his temper. At some point, the courts would probably order Trump to have his appointees confirmed by a vote, or strike down some unconstitutional executive order of his. The only problem is that courts don't have any way of enforcing this, and would be relying entirely on the executive branch, now under the thumb of Trump, to do so. All of this would more than likely mean we would see multiple court orders simply ignored by the sitting administration. And even this wouldn't be anything new, as we've already seen Republican states like Texas defy the Supreme Court this year. Of course, this would be big news the first time it happened, but as is the case with all of Trump's behavior, after a few instances, it would become normalized. The right-wing media would frame it as a fight against judicial overreach or...
I called this so on the money. I'm sorry. This was January, February, March, April. Yeah, this was May of 2024.
Few instances, it would become normalized. The right-wing media would frame it as a fight against judicial overreach.
The radical, activist, leftist judges, yeah.
The deep state and the entire Republican Party would come to Trump's defense. Ultimately, the court would be put in a position where it might hold back from others, as each one ignored would further undermine. And so, in just the span of 4 years, the court would be put in a position where it might hold back from issuing such orders, as each one ignored would further
They're also doing this. They pull their punches with Trump on purpose because they know if we give Trump an order that's too harsh and he defies it, Our legitimacy is destroyed.
Of the judicial branch. And so, in just the span of 4 years, our entire system of norms...
Here's the crazy part, right? I was wrong about one thing in this video, is that I'm saying this is going to happen over 4 years. All of this, except people being assassinated, all of this has happened in less than 1 year. All of this. Every single thing we just went through has happened in less than a year. This was my prediction for the full Trump term. That's what's a little bit concerning, right? I say this a lot. I think that even the most resist lib, like wine mom, like anti-Trump, whatever, I think even they underestimate like how bad this could get. I think we're going to start seeing that over the next few months. I did just post a video that's kind of predicting what I think is going to happen in the coming months. So that's that. And then, hold on. There was... I posted, what else was it? This. Okay, we have now entered phase 2 of Trump's second term. People probably have noticed this if they've been paying attention to the news over the past week. Things are getting much worse, much quicker. Phase 1 was just building the power, putting loyalists at the head of executive branch agencies, replacing all the employees of those agencies with supporters. The ones that don't get replaced get silenced and demoted and suppressed. All the independent watchdogs that call out corruption and abuses of power were removed and fired illegally. Now that he's established the power, phase 2 is, how can I use this power as aggressively and as quickly as possible? By prosecuting Comey, by prosecuting Letitia James, by trying to revoke people's green cards, by sending in the National Guard to American cities against the consent of the governors. Right here, just so we're clear, any other president who even in secret, let alone in public, told their attorney general to prosecute their political... This post seems so benign now. You can't see this if you're on TikTok probably. It's when Trump posted on Truth Social. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially same old story as last time. All talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past. A woke rhino who was never going to do his job. This is him complaining about Eric, what's his name? Eric Siebert? Something Siebert. The U.S. attorney for Virginia who was replaced with Lindsey Halligan, who again is an insurance lawyer. An insurance lawyer was made the... This is such a crazy sentence to me. An insurance lawyer was made the acting U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia so that she could prosecute a former FBI director that Trump didn't like, even though that FBI director arguably helped get him elected in 2016 by reopening the case into Hillary Clinton. Like, opponents would be immediately impeached and they would have no career left in America. The thing that's frustrating about Trump is like none of this stuff is surprising. It is all so insanely predictable if you understand how he works to people around him and like their psychology. It's like not like all of this stuff where it's like, oh, how'd you predict this? I feel like it was like really obvious. And if you like dig a little deep and you start connecting the dots, it's like, oh, it makes sense, right? Like I'll give you an example, right? So for a little bit, you see them really pushing the envelope where they're talking about suspending habeas corpus, where they start referring to judges as activists and saying these judges should go to jail or the judges should be impeached. Then you start to see them escalating towards we're sending in the National Guard and this and that. But then you notice for a little second, for like a week maybe, they try to chill out a little bit. Trump meets with Mamdani. He tries to like do some good PR stuff to address the Epstein files because the Epstein files were one of the first times where Republicans were like, we might break ranks with you. There were talks in the House that Republicans had concerns about certain pictures of Trump being in those files with girls of certain ages. And the thing with Trump is he feels very emboldened when he has the entire Republican Party behind him. When he feels like he doesn't have the party behind him, he feels less emboldened but more erratic. And that's where he does shit that there's like no pretext, right? When he talks about the National Guard, the pretext is like high crime, agitators, whatever, right? But now we're getting to a point where he's like, I'm dropping the pretext because a lot of my own party now is abandoning me. Like, if you just think of the psychology of Trump right now, I'm sure he feels very cornered, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene is leaving him. Republicans are questioning him on the Epstein files. This is all stuff where he's like, oh, the wall. He looks at the approval ratings. He's at 36% in the latest Gallup poll. 36% approval. Just for some context, he was at 34% right after January 6th. So we're approaching post-January 6th levels of approval for Trump. That's how hated he is right now. Look at these special elections and off-year elections. Look at the polling for next year. Democrats are going to sweep Congress, and the Senate is like way more competitive than it should be. And now Republicans are wondering, do we just jump off of the Trump train right now to save our own ass? Or is that like risky and he's going to go after us? Because people forget this, and it's so annoying that they forget this. Go and watch what Republicans used to do and what they used to say after January 6th. The Republican Party wanted nothing to do with Donald Trump in 2021. Sorry, 2021, yeah. Like, Ron DeSantis was allegedly the future of the party. We're leaving Trump in the past. You had McConnell and McCarthy outright saying that Trump incited this insurrection. It was his fault. He's the one who made it happen. He bears responsibility. You had Ben Shapiro saying that January 6th is... Let's just watch this. You know what? I'll never pass up an opportunity to shit on Ben Shapiro. Just look. Don't forget that this is what Republicans do when Trump crosses a red line that there's no defending. Those red lines do exist. I said this in my recent video. Trump is going to cross a red line soon that is so bright and so red that there is no way you can put a political spin on it. There's no way you can defend it without alienating like 70 to 80% of the country. It's not going to be doable. January 6th was one of those things, right? Where like the vast, vast majority of Americans were like, this is fucking crazy. And look, Ben Shapiro posts a video on January 7th. The worst day in modern American political history. I wonder how Matt Nuclear feels about this one. I know he's like a big Ben Shapiro fan. Do you think he likes this video?
Rioters stormed the Capitol building to try to stop the Electoral College vote count for Joe Biden. The left blames all Republicans for the insurrection, and Twitter suspends Trump. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show.
And hold on, let's find where he says the truly crazy thing that he would never say now. Let's see.
In American, of over a dozen police officers who are injured. There are 4 people who are dead. 1 person was shot. 3 people died in medical emergencies yesterday. That's as bad an event as I've ever seen in American public life. Frankly, I think that in many ways, it's the worst thing to happen to the United States of America since 9/11.
Get ready, by the way, for a part 2 of a lot of this when Trump crosses that line. These people, they are loyalists, they are sycophants, they are insane people, but they will always value their own self-interest and self-preservation over loyalty to Trump. And when Trump finally does that crazy thing, whatever it is, right? He crosses that final red line where it's like, hello? Like, he arrests a judge for giving an unfavorable ruling. He suspends habeas corpus. Maybe he opens investigations into like Gavin Newsom or something. Maybe he actually arrests someone like Gavin Newsom or J.B. Pritzker. He does one of these things where it's like you do a public opinion poll on it and it's like 78% oppose. Then you're going to start seeing a lot of Republicans saying, oh, this is too far. We don't like this. Don't fall for it. They all have to go in jail. Okay. These people have to rot in jail for a very long time to even come close to paying for what they've done to this country. So just, this is the same guy, by the way, now who campaigned for Trump. And to be clear, in my mind, the red line has been crossed a million times, right? Like when Trump made fun of that disabled person in the 2015 primary, that was a red line alone, right? That was crazy. So when I'm saying that he crosses a red line that is like indefensible, I mean something that is like so blatant that there's no political spin you can put on it. One example of this is when he tweeted that those people in that video saying that soldiers should refuse unlawful orders, that they should be executed and hung. That was one of those things where it's like, you don't see a lot of people actually openly defending that, right? They're going to say, oh, Trump was just angry. He didn't mean it. But like, let's say, for example, that Trump had Gavin Newsom arrested or Mark Kelly put on death row or a judge detained for giving him an unfavorable ruling on asylum cases, or he suspends habeas corpus and starts arresting protesters who are peaceful protesters and saying, oh, they have ties to terrorist organizations, they have ties to Antifa or whatever, and therefore we have to lock them up. Once he does something like that, you're going to see, I mean, we're already there. That's the thing. We're like already there. This Gallup, this new Gallup poll is like a disaster. Trump's approval rating drops to 36%, new second-term low. These numbers matter, by the way, right? Because when Trump comes in, he's close to 50% approval. People forget this. He's close to 50% approval. Some polls had him over 50% approval when he comes in. So he started from a pretty high baseline, actually. And he's ended up at 36. Dude, from October to November, you see a 5-point drop. And Gallup is good. Like, Gallup is a very solid pollster. And you even have Republican pollsters now that are showing, like, low 40s. It's over for him. The walls are closing in. And when Trump starts talking in a more extreme way and posting stuff on his Twitter about calling Tim Walz the R word and saying we need to, like, the Ilhan Omar and her swaddling hijab, whatever that's supposed to mean, and that Somalian gangs are roaming the streets and we have to start revoking people's green cards. When he starts doing this more extreme, unhinged, crazy shit where there's no more pretext and it's clearly the ramblings of a deranged person who is being orchestrated by Stephen Miller, that is a sign that actually his grip on power is slipping. The more desperate he becomes, the more insane shit he does, right? So this is not how an authoritarian acts when they feel like they're winning. This is what an authoritarian does when they're panicking and they feel like the public's turning against them and their own party apparatus is turning against them. And that's significant. That means something. Yeah, I'm trying to see if this here has his approval rating from his first term. Yeah, okay. His all-time low was 34% in 2021 at the end of his first term after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So he's pretty much right there where he was after January 6th in terms of approval. The difference there is that he now is still on the first quarter of his term. Not even the first quarter of his term isn't over yet. And all these positions in the cabinet that last time were like, hey man, we're not going to help you do a coup. Those people now are Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth. That's the difference now. 60% disapproval. I'm like, we're right. I'm telling you, I'm calling it. Okay. By February, by March, it's going to happen. Something very big and like very historic is going to happen. That's people are going to be like, what the, either the Epstein stuff is going to drop and it's going to be really, really bad, or he's going to cross one of these lines where there's like no defending it, right? Because I will say this, like when we watched that video of my prediction from before, my assumption was by the end of 4 years, you're going to have a politicized DOJ and you're going to have like a destroyed civil service and you're going to have basically like a rogue executive branch. We're already there 10 months in. So now what's actually, I think, a risk of happening is you see something much more egregious. You see like a peaceful protester getting shot and killed. You see a judge being indicted literally just because they like struck down one of Trump's actions. Or you see peaceful protesters or politicians facing criminal charges for being tied to Act Blue or the DNC, right? They're going to create some sort of paper trail proving like, oh, this is Antifa money. They're terrorists because they've designated Antifa a terrorist organization. Jay, what did you want to talk about? I can let you up. What did you want to talk about, though? I had multiple debates on TikTok that night with people defending, people were defending Trump even though his own White House walked it back. What's her name? Carolyn Levitt. Okay, I think we're switching back into debate mode real quick for this guy. Let's see. Let's see. He wants to talk about the border, so I'm guessing he wants to talk about the third prompt.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
And you disagree with any of the prompts on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, which one did you want to
The deportations. The deportations.
Okay. Did you want to make your argument first, or do you want me to explain why I think it's the case?
Oh yeah, you could explain why.
We can go point by point here. Mass deportations are dangerous. The reason I think they're dangerous is for a few reasons. Number one, we've seen a massive uptick in robberies and burglaries and sexual assault and even assault cases from people that are wearing masks impersonating ICE, because when ICE is wearing masks, it becomes very easy for criminals to impersonate them. That's one way it's becoming more dangerous. Another way it's becoming more dangerous is that FBI agents, the DHS agents, DEA agents who are supposed to be fighting terrorism and drug trafficking, they're being reassigned to instead go after non-criminal migrants. So they're being moved away from investigating serious, dangerous crimes. They're being taken off the street to instead go to Home Depot and 7-Eleven and snatch people up who have not committed any crime since coming into the country. When we say they are inhumane, it's because people are being detained. They can't call their lawyers. They can't even call their own family. You have people, including 170 U.S. citizens, who have been detained, and they've not been allowed to call their lawyers in many cases. And when we say that it's wasteful, it's because each deportation costs around $17,000 to do. And if we just let them stay here, they'd pay, I believe, an average of $10,000 a year in taxes annually, right? So we're losing tax revenue. We're spending money to lose tax revenue. And we're also losing jobs as a result, right? The EPI finds that Trump's deportation agenda is going to lose us 6 million jobs in the U.S. And around half of those jobs are going to be U.S.-born workers. So whether it's the economic impact, whether it's the ethics, whether it's the efficiency, it's a complete failure.
I disagree because you saying we about to lose jobs and stuff, but I feel like they taking away our jobs for me. Like, if you're illegal, you taking.
That's the misconception, right? So when I said we're going to lose jobs, American-born citizens are going to lose jobs because this is what the argument is on your side, is that immigrants come into the country undocumented and they're competing with native-born people in the labor market, right? So there's now more competition in the labor market, wages go down. The thing is, when these people come in, they're not just competing for jobs, they're also contributing to demand. And when demand goes up for goods and services, then wages actually increase and employment actually increases.
Okay. But how about the people that get in the right way, though? I feel like that's unfair to them, if you get what I'm saying.
People try to come in here the right way, and that's who Trump is going after, right? Like, for example, I mean, citizens are obviously here the right way, right? We agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 170 citizens in the last 10 months have been detained. Many cannot call a lawyer or their own family. Just to put that into context, how crazy that number is of 170, from 2015 to 2020, over that 5-year stretch, the total number of U.S. citizens detained by ICE was 120, over 5 years. And already in 10 months under Trump, 170 plus U.S. citizens detained. Asylum seekers who are following all the rules, they come to the border, they do the interview, they pass the interview, they're scheduled for a court date, they show up to the court to, like you're saying, follow all the rules, go through the process, and as soon as they walk out of the courtroom, ICE ambushes them and cuffs them and beats them up and kicks them out of the country. So they're being punished for following the rules. Same thing with taxpayers. ICE told the IRS, hey, hand over all the tax data for all the undocumented people paying taxes. Why are we punishing people who are going to court and paying taxes?
I don't agree with that. If that's what's happening, I don't agree with that.
Sure, and that's fair. Most people don't know this is happening.
But look, for example, like, let's say somebody like pull up to the border, right?
Yeah.
And they seek an asylum and it's fake. How can they still go through? Like, that's what's happening for a lot of these cases.
They can't though, right? If you come to the border and you're seeking asylum, basically Border Patrol asks you to pass this thing called a credible fear interview, right? They interview you and see, are you actually in fear of your life or are you bullshitting? Only if you pass that interview, then you still don't get asylum. Then you get scheduled to see a judge, and that judge decides whether you get asylum. The issue is people are passing that interview. They're going to see the judge, and when they show up to the courtroom, ICE jumps out of the stairwell and ambushes them.
I mean, okay,
that's whack. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy. I look for the other one. For the other point, you said there was not like. ICE was also just going to like random people's houses and just taking them out. I feel like that's gonna happen since like Trump is going like overboard with this. Like, he's trying to get as much illegals out. So some good people are gonna have to like collateral damage, basically, if you get what I'm saying. Like, in order to get like
I don't think it's collateral damage. I think they're on purpose going after what you might call good people because they just want to run up the numbers. They don't care if anyone's actually dangerous, right? This is why they're taking people off the, like, it's important. We both agree, right? For like the FBI to fight like child trafficking and terrorism and stuff. That's important work.
Yeah.
Why is he taking those agents, those federal police, and telling them, no, stop going after those criminals. Instead, let's go after asylum seekers and refugees and random undocumented construction workers. That's not
Well, he said
collateral. That's like
that.
on purpose. Stephen Miller said that. Yeah, Stephen Miller told them he was basically pissed off because their normal way ICE is supposed to do stuff is go after actual dangerous criminals. But the thing is, that takes much longer to do because you have to do investigations. You have to make a suspect list. Stephen Miller, who's Trump's right-hand man, says this is taking way too long. We have to run up the number. So now what you're going to do, stop going after criminals. Just get anyone and everyone you can. Run the numbers up. He gave them a quota of 3,000 arrests per day.
Okay, that's not okay. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I just don't agree with that.
By the
Okay,
way,
but look,
I don't think most people do agree with that. Most people just don't know that he's doing this.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was happening.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm not too like tapped in with the news and all that stuff, but just from what I'm seeing, like from the little I be watching, like it's just it ain't seem that bad.
That's the thing.
what
They,
the
they
news
always
media
talk like, oh, we just want to get the dangerous criminals out of the country. So if anyone's here illegally and they're dangerous, obviously get them out of here. But when we're talking about families who are just trying their best, they're following the rules best as they can, and they're being beat up and brutalized, this is like a very different situation, right?
All right, but okay, look. Can we also talk about the economy?
Sure.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, look. Didn't Trump make like more jobs when he was in his first term and then came back and did the same thing?
In his first term, he inherited a very, very strong economy from Obama. Like, he didn't really do anything to create that or earn that. Remember, Obama came in during a recession. He recovered us from the recession. And then we had like year after year job growth, stock market highs, inflation was low. Trump comes in, Obama hands him a perfect economy. And then what does Trump do when he is handed that perfect economy? Does he make life easier for working class people or people who want healthcare? No.
I thought he just kept growing it.
He cut taxes for the wealthy. He cut taxes for corporations and people making over $400,000 a year, right? So, and I'd rather have that money going to fund healthcare, roads and bridges, education. And then what does he do with COVID? I mean, he mishandled the COVID pandemic, and then he hands Biden the COVID recession, and now Biden's blamed for that recession, which was just because of COVID, and he has to recover from that. And look at Trump's second term here, where Biden hands Trump a growing economy, inflation's trending down, unemployment's trending down, and what does Trump do with these dumbass tariffs? He starts putting tariffs on random countries, and I actually have the source pulled up. Because of these tariffs, the average American family is paying $1,600 more per year for goods and services. It's like a tax increase of almost $2,000 on the average American family because of these tariffs. Meanwhile, he's cutting taxes for the rich.
The tariffs, that's just to get like manufacturers to work in the country. Though.
Here's
That's
the
not,
thing,
like,
though, right? That doesn't actually bring manufacturing back to the country, because when you build stuff in America, 1/3 of the materials that are used for that construction are imported materials. You get drywall from Mexico, you get lumber from Canada, or maybe steel from Canada, you get certain intermediate goods from like Vietnam or India. When you put a tariff on the parts that people use to make shit, then the actual cost of producing in America goes up. That's why manufacturing jobs are going down under Trump. That's why unemployment's going up. That's why they're hiding the economic data from us.
All right. Also, okay, look, and the economy when he got it from Biden, not Biden, from Obama, right? We kept it going up though. It's not like he ruined it. Also, when you cut the taxes for the rich, don't they like the money goes down to like the middle class too?
Okay, so let me address.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
No, look, isn't there the I don't know what it's called, but it's like a curve.
Laffer curve?
Where, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like a curve where if you cut the taxes, it like the more there's like more economic like growth and stuff like it. Like,
okay,
it
so a couple
incentivizes-
things. What Trump did when Obama handed him a booming economy actually did hurt us, because those tax cuts contributed to the inflation we saw after COVID. Most economists agree. They don't talk about this ever. The reason inflation was so high, there was like 5-6 different reasons for it. One of those reasons was Trump's tax cut, which increases inflation. And it also blew up our debt and our deficit because we have less money coming into the government. So that is Trump botching it. I mean, the economic consensus typically is if you're handed a booming economy, you actually should raise taxes to start paying down your debt because the economy is so hot right now. And then when it comes to the Laffer curve, that's just not true, right? Because we saw this experiment with Trump. He cut taxes on the wealthy and tax revenue went down. And did they use that money to pay workers more or invest in machines or equipment? No, they used that money to just buy back their own stock and raise their stock price.
Okay, but I feel like I don't know about that one because
that's a
we've
fact.
seen it from where.
That's a fact from the Economic Policy Institute. There's also the, I think Cato's done research on this. Pretty much every analysis that's looked at the corporate tax cuts from the TCJA, and they don't even deny this, most of that money went to buying back your own stock. In fact, let me tell you, if you raise taxes on corporations, that can actually increase how much they pay workers and increase how much they invest, because corporate taxes are not taxes on their revenue, they're taxes on their profits, right? So like your profits don't count wages you pay employees or machines that you invest in for your construction. So if anything, if you raise corporate taxes, they might pay their employees more as like a tax write-off.
Okay. All right, look. Okay, for me, after COVID, when Biden started like he started talking about like creating jobs and stuff, right?
Yeah.
He lied about that though. That's the thing. He was lying about the jobs because they was just jobs that was already there. He wasn't like actually doing stuff.
That's not
like
true.
Trump
He
actually,
passed
like,
the American Rescue Plan, the $1,400 stimulus checks that everyone got in the beginning of 2021. That what is it called? Stimulus package sped up our jobs recovery by 3 years. So when Biden came in, the unemployment rate was like 6 or 7%. It was pretty high. And we recovered to pre-pandemic employment levels before any other G7 country. We were projected to recover by 2024. We recovered by 2022. So like by two and a half years, we sped up.
What I'm saying he just got the jobs back that were already there. He didn't make any new jobs like he was claiming. It was just like he was just lying about that, basically, if you know what I'm saying.
He sped up the recovery though. Those same jobs would have come back way slower if he didn't pass that bill.
You're not getting that, but it's all right. Also, look, how was Trump an authoritarian? Like, we're in a democracy. That can't be.
Arresting people for expressing their opinion, I think, is pretty authoritarian.
When he do that?
There's a guy named Mahmoud Khalil. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Nah.
He was a legal permanent resident, not an undocumented person, green card holder, fully allowed to live here for however long. And he protested against Israel, and they arrested him for that. And it was so bad that a judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, so a conservative judge, literally ruled against Trump and said that this administration is defying the First Amendment.
But is that actually Trump doing it though?
Yeah.
That's not. That's
he
if just a
talked
random
about
police
it.
arrested you.
No. Trump talked about it. He's like, this is a very nasty guy. I want to get him out of the country. He believes in horrible things.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but that's not that deep though. I feel like that's not that.
I feel like putting someone in handcuffs and dragging them away from their pregnant wife and they miss the birth of their first child just for expressing an opinion is pretty crazy.
Okay, that's kind of bad, but that's it. Then he's not that.
I mean, that's
like,
not it,
like,
right? I mean, he pardoned
solid.
all these rioters from January 6th. I mean, he just pardoned someone again a week ago who was convicted of threatening to kill an FBI agent. Why are we pardoning people like this? I mean, you know what that does, right? You give
J6 wasn't that bad.
It was really bad. It was an attempted coup.
Because it was just people going to they was just going to the building. They wasn't even doing nothing.
No, but it's what Trump was doing, right? Trump tried to change the results of the election. He literally created false elector slates to change the results. He was indicted for this. It was criminal. It was fraud. And by the way, when his staff told him, excuse me, sir, the Capitol has been breached, the first thing he did is start talking shit to Mike Pence on Twitter. He didn't tell anyone to go home or be peaceful. That was hours later.
But even if even if Trump tweeted, say something like, all right, y'all can go home for me, that don't mean they was going to do it. Like, nobody's just listening to him. Like,
they were literally, there's literally video of them reading his tweets on a speakerphone as they're breaking into the Capitol with bricks.
I also, like, the Capitol, the whole point was to rig the election, change the election? How are they going to do that? Even if they, went inside, that would have just never happened.
Because do you remember what was happening on January 6th? They were counting the they were certifying the victory of Joe Biden, right? And Mike Pence had to certify the victory. And Trump created fraudulent papers saying, I won Michigan, I won Georgia, I won all these states. And he sent those papers to Mike Pence. And he told Mike Pence, hey, when you count the results, read the shit that says I won. Even though it's fraudulent, it's fake, it's illegal papers, right? His goal there was to be certified as the president.
Okay.
And
I don't even know that.
For the first time in American history, the certification was delayed because of that violent mob. That Trump was super happy about that. People that worked for him said he was grinning, smiling, watching it on TV for hours before he called anyone.
That's like anybody could say that though. That's not.
It's multiple people that work for him. I don't know why all of them would be lying about something so serious. and I would believe Trump over them, who has a history of lying about everything.
Trump don't be lying. Everything Trump say is like not like, bro. You know he's like, bro, he could cap a little bit, but most of the stuff he says is just truth. Everything got truth to it. He's not like lying about nothing.
I mean, we
We've
already
seen him with
covered
his
how he's
policies.
lying about his immigration policy. He lies about what that's doing. I just explained that to you. He lies about his economic policy. It's horrible. It hurts average Americans. He lies about January 6th as well. And by the way I know he's lying is, Trump knows he lost the 2020 election.
Oh.
In the indictment against him for illegally getting these electors, he was indicted. In the indictment, there are 2 instances where Trump admits that he knows he lost. Once, he's on Marine One with his family. This is after the election, and he's telling them, it doesn't matter if I lost, I have to fight like hell. And that sounds like some shit Trump would say, let's be real.
Yeah, but that don't mean you like lost though. For me, that's just like
he did lose though.
I know he lost. I'm not like I don't support. I'm not a J6er. Like I'm not
Sure.
a J6 Glazer. I know he lost, but that don't mean he said that. If you get what I'm saying, like
No, but that's in an indictment. That's like a criminal charge. And I would believe a prosecutor more than Trump. I don't know why you'd believe Trump over like a world-renowned prosecutor, Jack Smith, who has locked up Democrats and Republicans for corruption. This is like not a partisan person. Jack Smith has sentenced or has argued against Democrats and Republicans and foreign governments accused of corruption.
oh, that's all I wanted to talk about. Hey, thank you for letting me up though.
Yeah.
You to go, bro.
All right.
I like your content. You mad like what's it called when you're in the middle? Not in the middle, like you like.
I'm an independent. If that's
like
what
civil.
You mean.
You're like civil. You can talk to people.
Yeah.
You know, like
I match energy, so
arguing
as
and
long
stuff.
as you're chill, I'll be chill.
All right, hey, thank you for letting me up though. You have a good day.
You too. This is what I mean, by the way, when I say that I don't hate most Trump supporters. I think most people that voted for Trump this last election, not most MAGA people that we consider in our minds, but the 74 million that voted for Trump in 2024, a lot of them are like that guy in that they're not really like evil, malicious people. They just like don't know a lot of these details. And by the way, even like politically engaged people don't know a lot of this stuff, right? Because there's so much. It's like the flooding the zone strategy. Let's switch back to. I think I'm gonna hop off soon, honestly, by the way. If you're enjoying this, make sure you are subscribed on YouTube and following on Instagram, because again, TikTok is like literally censoring the fuck out of me. Let's see how my video is doing that I just posted, actually. Let's see. Mm. 819, 919. Okay. Not bad. Let's see the comments. Yep. Okay. Are you demonetized forever? I can apply again for the Creator Awards program at the end of December, but I feel like they'll reject me because I appealed their demonetization of me, which again, I was demonetized for not having any public videos on my account. What? Apparently I didn't have any videos on my account. I was demonetized for that. And then I appeal it. They manually review my appeal. And then they say, your appeal is rejected. What happens if you can't make money from TikTok? I mean, I can't make money from TikTok now. That was like my main thing. So like I'm expanding more over to YouTube. So once I get monetized on YouTube, I can make money on views over there, and I'll probably start posting more there as well. And then that's why I have my pay links here as well for like lives and stuff, right? That's kind of what it is right now. I have a couple other things cooking up that we'll see if those end up working out. You guys will be the first to know if those pan out. But yeah, TikTok support's not going to do shit. If they manually reviewed my request and they still said no, then do you have a degree? Yeah, I have an economics degree. Thoughts on, is it Occam's law? I feel like I've heard of this. I mean, Occam's razor? What is Occam's law? Hold on. empirical economic relationship that shows an inverse correlation between unemployment and economic output. It states that for every 1% increase in the unemployment rate above its natural rate, the country's GDP will fall by approximately 2% relative to its potential output. Relationship is not static and can vary by country, time period. I mean, I guess this makes sense. This is one of those things where, like, a lot of these economic theories are, like, structurally somewhat correct, but in terms of magnitude and directionality, that's going to vary so much because you never have, like, one variable situations in economics. So, like, even isolating how much of a change in GDP is due to unemployment changing is, like, so fucking hard when there's, like, all these different factors that influence GDP. Is there a huge difference in economics BA and BS? I mean, yeah, I'm sure people that have a bachelor's of science would do a lot more econometrics and statistics, and then people who have a BA are doing, like, a lot more of theory, which, I mean, those are both useful in their own ways. I'm a little bit, I don't know. I have mixed feelings on some economic research. I feel like I understand that they try to isolate variables and stuff, but some of this stuff seems like there's, like, a really strong attempt to rationalize or make numerical irrational patterns of behavior. The amount of math, yeah, the amount of math is going to be there even for a BA, by the way. What uni did you go to? University of Michigan. I don't know if I just answered that already. If this TikTok doesn't work out, will you resume law school? I mean, law school has never been out of my plan. It's something that I've delayed because this is, like, where my focus is at right now. But I'm not just going to quit content because TikTok demonetized me. I mean, when I got started doing this, I wasn't monetized. I mean, when I got started doing this, I had 400 followers on TikTok, and my videos were getting, like, 30 likes. So if I was doing it then, and I was grinding then, and I was able to grow from that into this in, like, a year, then I don't know why I would let TikTok demonetizing me stop me now when I'm, like, I have a much higher baseline. So it's a temporary roadblock. I'll get monetized on YouTube. I'll go live more often so we can get these pay links bringing in some money as well. It's one of those things where it's like you have to have regularity with going live. When it's, like, super sporadic, you don't have, like, a consistent viewer base. So it's unfortunate, but it's definitely not, like, going to change my opinions on whether I want to do this. You're told this, but you should take the LSAT and do law. I've taken the LSAT. And my scores are valid for, like, what, 3 to 5 years, I believe. So, like, I'm not in a rush to apply to law school right now. But yeah, I've taken the LSAT twice. Do we want to finish that Legal Eagle video maybe? Why'd you take it twice? Because I wanted a higher score the second time. I got a 169 on my first one, and then on my second one I got a 171, which is only a 2-point bump, but at least I got into the 170s. That's kind of what I was aiming for. What fields of law are you most interested in? Honestly, like, constitutional law is really interesting to me, and, like, labor. But who knows? It's one of those things where, like, I think currently my aptitude in terms of career is more like political commentary and news and debate and stuff. So that's kind of where my focus is at. And then law school is something that's, like, on the back burner for now. I mean, I'm definitely not writing it off at all, but are you aiming for, like, very, very good law schools? I mean, T14 is obviously ideal, but I mean, there's always, like, safety schools and stuff as well. So, I mean, when I do end up applying, I'm going to have few T14s in there, some T25s. My ideal law school would probably be, like, I don't know, Columbia or something. I don't know.
Like a frog boiling in its own.
This is what we were watching. We were watching this.
Doge also illegally accessed sensitive personal data of millions of Americans, created unauthorized information systems, illegally combined federal databases, and just generally created chaos. And at the end of the day, contrary to the public releases, saved the government and taxpayers virtually no money. Trump issued an executive order that strictly defines sex.
Did y'all see that they shut down Doge because it went over budget or some shit? How ironic is that?
Gender. The executive order required federal workers to genuflect to that definition, possibly in violation of their First Amendment rights. He unilaterally.
Doing not people die, my guy? corn cakes on YouTube. I don't know if you said this earlier. I don't know what this is referring to. I feel like you don't know until you're in it, kind of like med school. Yeah.
Change the rules around gender designation on passports, a possible violation of the APA, and also potentially violating due process rights, especially for trans individuals. The order also froze funding for a variety of entities that Trump claimed were promoting the vaguely defined gender ideology, which punished First Amendment protected speech and obviously was a usurpation of Congress's spending powers and an unlawful impoundment. Trump froze vaguely defined DEI-related contracts, another unlawful impoundment. He also liquidated federal DEI offices, yanked federal grants related to DEI, another unlawful impoundment, violation of the separation of powers, and First Amendment violation. Trump laid the groundwork to invoke the Alien Enemies Act against cartels like Tren de Aragua, likely ultra-virus because the act never contemplates the designation of non-state actors and criminal enterprises. Trump later used his designation to deny people basic due process rights and violate the processes of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Trump jawboned or encouraged in the way that the mafia encourages the end of DEI practices in private companies, again violating the First Amendment rights of private companies. And rounding out his first day in office, Trump granted clemency to 2 DC police officers who had been convicted for unlawfully pursuing
I hope Clock App can realize the ban they gave you is unjust. I don't think that they are going to realize anything along the lines. Is YouTube audio messed up? Is it? If you're over on YouTube, can you hear me right now? What's wrong? Is there an issue? And I did not see what the Indiana Senate Republican leader said about Trump's ableism. I missed that. It's back? Okay. We only hear you. I mean, the video is paused. Oh. You're right. You're right. Was this happening before? On YouTube when I was playing videos, or is this just happening now? Okay.
With the news since 2023. So I want to thank them for sponsoring this video. They've been a longtime supporter of this channel and independent news media at large. Because Round News is an app and website that helps to see the full picture by pulling in news from thousands of sources worldwide. I can compare coverage, uncover political bias, reliability, and most importantly, who owns the sources reporting from the news that you're reading. And it's not just me, Ground News has even been recognized by the Nobel Peace Center for its impact on media literacy. And there's probably someone at your holiday dinner table that you feel could benefit from seeing the news from different angles. So why not take advantage of Ground News Black Friday deal and get 50% off a gift subscription? One feature that someone in your life can definitely benefit from is the blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. And if you're only getting your news from one or two places, you might miss out on important stories like how Trump designated Egypt's former ruling party, the Muslim Brotherhood, as a terrorist organization. This was largely ignored on the left, or the story about Republicans' frustration with Pam Bondi and the Epstein files that was completely ignored on the right. But now, as a legal eaglet, you can get 40% off the unlimited access Vantage plan, the same one that I use, by scanning the QR code or clicking on the link below, or take advantage of the Black Friday deal and get 50% off a gift subscription. And by subscribing, you're also supporting an independent news platform that's working to make the media landscape more transparent and balanced. So go sign up for Ground News today, or I'll see you in court. Now let's get back to February of this year. On February 1st, Trump issued his first executive orders on tariffs against Mexico, Canada, and China. These would be the first of many. He has continued to go back and forth on tariffs ever since. Trump's tariffs violated a number of international treaties.
That was a long video. There's a lot of crimes. He refused to redistrict Indiana because of Trump calling Tim Walz the arsler. Is this real? Indiana. I'd be surprised if the R word was the red line for them. I feel like they love that shit. I've been an unapologetic advocate for people with intellectual disabilities since the birth of my second daughter. Those of you who don't know me and my family might not know that my daughter has Down syndrome. This is not the first time a president has used these insulting and derogatory references, and if choice of words have consequences, I'll be voting no on redistricting. Perhaps he can use the next 10 months to convince voters that his policies and behavior deserve congressional majority. True. Damn. Interesting. Okay. I think we might be done with the live for today. Unless there's anything anyone wants me to watch real quick before I hop off. Again, if you're watching on TikTok, I highly suggest you switch on over to YouTube. Subscribe over there. I'm going to be putting a lot more time and effort into YouTube now. It is insane to me that there's like I'm not in the Piers Morgan surrounded, no. I knew about it and I could have applied for it, but I can't say anything without spoiling something else, but there was a reason I didn't go. Which might end up being a bullshit reason. I'll explain this at some point when it's all said and done. But no, I'm not in that video. It is insane to me that there's been like almost like a ceiling of 45 on this live. Has it like even once went above like 60? That's so weird. I don't think I've ever done a live that is like at this level. That's so crazy. And this is like the day after I get demonetized. Tell us your YouTube. Again, if you want my YouTube, just go to my profile here on TikTok and go to the link tree in my bio. There's only one link on my profile. Go to the link in my profile and that will have my YouTube. Let's hope it's a complete outlier. If my new average concurrent viewing on TikTok becomes like 40, then it's really an uphill battle at that point. But there is Instagram, there is YouTube. So if I have to build this shit up from the ground brick by brick again, I'll do that. It won't be fun, but I will do that. I've done it before, I'll do it again. But yeah. Okay. If there's any last minute parting thoughts or questions or comments or concerns, I can address those. And if not, then I'm gonna hop off. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to cover before I leave. New layout is nice though. Yeah. I think. I like it. I like it on YouTube especially. Thoughts on pausing all migration? Absolutely not. I'll be wherever you are. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I mean, yeah, I've said from the beginning that this is something I want to do as a career. This is something I think I can do as a career. Like, it's one thing to be like, I want to do this as like a side hustle or something, but I feel like I've done it enough and been put in enough situations where I feel like I have the aptitude to do this as a career at like a high level, whether that's tomorrow or 5 years from now, it's one of those things where I'm just gonna keep working at it. So even if TikTok suppresses me to like 5 concurrent viewers and like 100 views on my videos, I'm gonna keep posting. I'm gonna keep yapping, and if I have to climb back up to where I was at before from scratch, I'll do that. So that's not changing. You're great at it. Thank you. The thing from Trump, he said from third world countries. Yeah, that's insane, unhinged, crazy stuff. Yeah. I mean, we were reading his tweet earlier. We can go back to that real quick. Grind set, exactly. I got the Sigma mentality. So true. What do you think the U.S. can actually do about the insane immigration wait times? Hiring more judges, reforming asylum, making it easier to accept and reject cases. I know, like in the Langford bill, it would have given Border Patrol agents like an upgraded authority to reject asylum claims. That depends how it's structured, but there has to be some control of volume, and then an increase in adjudication forums. Oh, where was the Matt Nuclear debate uploaded? Go to Rattlesnake TV. I'll do a quick tutorial on this, okay? You go to YouTube. Why is my screen share frozen? Does anyone else not see? Hold on, properties. I don't know why my screen share just froze. Go to YouTube. Go to Rattlesnake TV. You go to his channel. Oh wow, it's still frozen on TikTok. What the hell? There we go. You go to Rattlesnake TV on YouTube. And Joseph, I'm about to like log off for the day, but next time I promise I got you. Go to Rattlesnake TV, go to his live tab, and it'll be right there. Right there, you'll see the video. He's bribing again. What is this? Trump. What is this? This? What is... This headline is like the definition of never let them know your next move. Palestinian dissent in Honduras presidential elections? He's bribing voters? I mean, he did this in Argentina as well, right? He was like, if you guys don't re-elect Milei, you're not getting any aid from us. He tried to do the same shit in New York with Cuomo, where he's like, if you elect Kami Mamdani, you're not getting any federal funds. I mean, the amount of election interference that's so like blatant drop site news. Hold on. Okay, mostly factual, but left-leaning framing. That's fine. Nominating the right-wing party while pledging to pardon its most recent president, who sits in U.S. federal prison for drug trafficking. Oh yeah, I did see that he was going to pardon this guy. Trump, a president overt endorsement of the right-wing candidate, has injected a jolt of foreign intervention into an already competitive and polarized race. Trump expressed his support for Nustri Tito Asfura of the Conservative National Party. If he doesn't win, the United States will not be throwing good money after bad. Yeah, this is his favorite thing to do, right? This is election interference. What's your main news source? I don't think that I have one main news source. I'd say like New York Times is like my go-to, but it's not like I never rely on just one news source, but like I love the New York Times, like PBS, I like Reuters, I like Associated Press, Bloomberg sometimes. And that's in terms of news. In terms of spin and political coverage, I'm watching the whole gamut. I'm watching Ben Shapiro. I'm watching Steven Crowder. I'm watching Myron Gaines. I'm watching Nick Fuentes. I'm watching Destiny. I'm watching Hassan Piker, David Pakman, Kyle Kalinske, Pod Save America, The Bulwark, like Tim Miller and those guys. I try to watch like the full political spectrum to really know what are the talking points that are circulating right now in those spaces. Okay. I think we're done with the live for today. He shouldn't be a part of politics. He should be in jail. And or given the death penalty. Shout out Charlie Kirk, right? By the way, I'm not saying that as in like to clarify what I mean by that is that Charlie Kirk did that thing where he was like Biden deserves life in prison or the death penalty. If Kirk can say that about Biden, then I can definitely say that about Trump, right? Peacefully and patriotically. See you in Valhalla. Exactly. It's what Kirk would have wanted, yes. So true. Back tomorrow. We'll see. I think I might really lock in on making some YouTube videos now. The thing, like, to be fully transparent, my like main focus right now is securing a steady stream of revenue from one of these things. So whether that's from doing lives and people sending something to these, or I guess if you're on YouTube, those, like my pay links, whether that's posting more on YouTube and getting monetized on YouTube, whether it's getting remonetized on TikTok, whether it's unnamed fourth option, which you guys will know about if and when it happens, which I think it will happen. That's my main goal right now. So we will see as we go how many lives. I think, yeah, you can probably expect me to go live again tomorrow. And rate whoever's live right now. I don't know who's live. If it's Parker, if it's Dean, if it's Santana, if it's Dan, anyone, everyone, rate them all. I don't know. We need you in the Unfuck America tour. I was asked to join the Unfuck America tour, and I said no, respectfully said no. So like I could have been there actually. I was asked to join, but my issue with joining the Unfuck America tour was kind of just like I don't want to be doing like it's just the destiny factor. I don't know. It's too many reservations I had there to do it with a good, clean conscience, right? There's like the legal stuff he's in, allegations he's facing, and then also just like his takes on the genocide in Gaza, I think are pretty bad. I don't know if he's changed his mind on that, but and like I like him insofar as he does debates with MAGA, like he's very good at that, obviously, but that was an example. I mean, I've said many times I've foregone opportunities for more notoriety or like more money because I wanted to try to stick to some kind of integrity and you know, I'd rather have like the slow and steady wins the race mentality. Collab with Mockler or Harry. I know Mockler. We text sometimes. I like him, and I will do something with Adam Mockler at some point. I will do something with him at some point. Either I'll have him on my podcast when I get that started, but you will see an Adam Khan and Adam Mockler thing at some point in the future. We've talked about collabing. We want to collab. It's just a matter of when. And then with Harry, I'd be down to do something with Harry as well. Harry's the only one of those guys that I've like never really interacted with. I've spoken to obviously like Parker, Dean, Chris, and Adam Mockler. Harry's I haven't talked to Harry yet, but I fuck with Harry. I'm in a unique position, I think, where I like all of these people, even though I don't know if all of them like each other. I just kind of try to just... Also, yeah, shout out Mason. Mason's awesome. One Hand Politics. Mason's great. Evan is great as well. Remember he said he was happy? Yeah, I didn't like that. That's another thing I didn't like about Destiny, right? He said he was happy about the firefighter that lost his life when Trump got pew-pewed. I'm not a fan of that. Isaiah, I'm not too familiar with Isaiah Martin, but isn't he pro-Israel? Erie's cool. Erie's cool. I'm really important. He's cool. I like him as well. I mean, yeah, I tend to like most of these people. I mean, again, I know that there's like Harry and Chris and then Dean and Parker. This is like a big split. I'm just that's not my business. I don't want to be a part of that. I like all four of them. I know Parker the best out of all of them. Parker's great, but I want to expand the coalition as much as possible. So I'm not really looking forward to kicking people out. Xena's great as well. What did I do with it? We were both on the Cenk Uyghur. Oh man, story time before I hop off. Xena and I were both on the Cenk Uyghur Jubilee Surrounded, and for this Jubilee Surrounded, because it was one populist versus 25 Democrats and Republicans, the circle in that video for Surrounded was a mixture of right-wing people and left-wing people, right? And usually after Surrounded is done, everyone's kind of like intermingling and chatting a bit, which is less volatile when everyone's generally on the same side. But Xena and I got into some argument with some dude who was like in his 30s who was complaining about there's like an epidemic of mothers taking kids away from the fathers to turn them trans, and fathers are being thrown in prison for protesting like gender reassignment surgeries of 2-year-olds. And I remember Xena and I got into this like very heated back and forth with this guy, like behind the Jubilee studio, like next to the fucking dumpster outside. We were like at it for like 45 minutes straight. And I think the guy was sexist because Xena and I were both making the same points about like how, gender affirming care in terms of medical intervention is only given to trans children if it's like a very extreme circumstance where like they might take their own life or something, in which case I asked him, would you rather have someone be given hormones or end their own life, if that's like the two options? And he was like, I don't believe that. That's not real. But he was being hella sexist because, again, Xena and I are making the same arguments. Every time Xena says something, he starts like shouting. He's like, shut up. No. His like face is red. And then I would make a very similar point. And he's like, I can see where you're coming from, man. And I was like, oh, okay, dude. Is Zona your GF? No. No. Yeah, so that was interesting. But yeah, I mean, all of these people from the Jubilee cinematic universe and the TikTok live debate cinematic universe and all these people, I like all these people. And like, even with Destiny, it's like, my reservations with him, it's not like he's not good at debating MAGA. Like, when I see him, like deconstructing or destroying like a Trump supporter, I like that. He's one of the best at it. But it's just like, I can't overlook his the allegations against him, the legal proceedings against him, the take that he has on Gaza. To me, those signify like a difference in values. So, I mean, you don't see me out here like slandering him or anything, but it's just like, I don't really want to work with him. I mean, if the court case ends and he's like vindicated and he never did anything wrong and it's like all a fucking psyop, then we'll see. I don't know, but like, yeah. 46 viewers in the live, it is a sign from Biden. It's almost like he's still here with us. Who is one right-winger you'd love to debate who you think would actually challenge you? You mean like intellectually challenge me or like rhetorically? If you mean a right-winger I could debate who would actually be like, oh, this guy has some good points, and that's what you mean, then there's not a lot. I'm trying to think. Don't make Biden death jokes. Okay. Is macroecon or microecon less cringe? I think macroecon is way less cringe. I thought you saw things more pragmatic. I think I am pretty pragmatic. I don't know what I just said that would be like not pragmatic. Man, I'm trying to think. Who would I debate on the right who I think is like actually a formidable opponent in terms of just like being good? It's a low bar. I think I'd say Vivek Ramaswamy. I think he's dishonest, but I think underneath the dishonesty, he's like a semi-intelligent person. I subjected myself to, well, Michael Knowles, you may see me talking to pretty soon. I will say. The Michael Knowles story, if you haven't heard it before, is funny story. His producer emails me to do this bar fight thing, and I see the email like I think a week later, 8 days later, and I'm like, fuck, they're filming in like 4 days. It's like probably way too late to confirm anything. They didn't send me an email again. I'm telling the original story. And then I reply, and they're like, oh, sorry, we already got it booked. But maybe in December you'll see me on there. So sit tight, we'll see. But I would say Vivek Ramaswamy, probably. In that I've listened to his audiobook, Woke Inc., and despite the name of the title, it's like he's not stupid. Like, he's clearly intelligent. Just like a lot of his frameworks are wrong, but like he's a smart guy. I think I would like to talk to him. But he's also such a MAGA sellout. That's the thing. Him, Ben Shapiro, these are like undeniably intelligent people, but they're so dishonest and so power hungry and so scummy that it's like, if I had an honest conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy or an honest conversation with Ben Shapiro, where they admit that they've been basically selling themselves to fascism, then maybe there's a conversation to have there. But what happened to the video debate with Ben? I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know. Things happen with scheduling. Sometimes things get moved around in a video game, hypothetically, but I don't know what you're referring to there. So, I can't really speak to that, but, things are, in the works. Some things are on pause. Some things are out of my control, but, we will see how things play out going forward. I got cash? What? I don't know how I feel about that bar fight show unless you're Mehdi Hassan prepared. It feels like you're just energizing a conservative low IQ audience. I don't know. I like the bar fight show. I think it's a good place to, you have to play it a certain way, right? So like if you ever see me on bar fight, I'll have very specific strategy in how I engage. Who's your dream debate contestant? For like a long form debate? For sure, Ben Shapiro. I've said before, give me an hour with Ben Shapiro. Pause. Like, not like that, but like just give me an hour with Ben Shapiro and I feel like I'll actually end him. I mean, I really don't say this to gas myself up. I feel like I really had him on the ropes at the end of our Jubilee conversation. Would you ever go on the Whatever podcast? I don't know. I don't think so. Those podcasts are actually like hell on earth. Actually hell on earth. Like that and like the Fresh and Fit podcast. Do you have hatred for Ben? Yeah. I mean, I respect that he seems to be in interpersonal settings like a genuinely nice man, and he seems like a good father and a good husband, and I respect people that are good fathers and good husbands, but his political persona and like what he does with his influence and his platform is so gross and so dishonest. Such a fucking scumbag and liar. But yeah, you're not going to catch me on Whatever, most likely, unless they want to debate actual policy. But like, I am not going on a podcast to debate like what body count is too high and like what is the hypergamous like value in the sexual marketplace of like someone making 70,000. Like, these are such dumb fucking conversations. I'm just like, it's not an issue with the podcast itself so much as like what it typically covers. Like, that just seems like such an uncomfortable environment to be in as well. Like, you're at a table which is like extremely overcrowded. There's like 5 OnlyFans girls and then 6 men who probably beat their wife and are never going to get caught, unfortunately. And then there's like the one moderator who's like always clueless, like making facial expressions like, oh, did you see what he just said? Oh, and it's like, I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would gain from being in that other than, I guess, views and stuff. But Would you bring up Andrew Wilson's wife with baby mama drama? No, but I would attack him in the same way, and that I would say, like, you portray yourself as like a very, and I don't watch a lot of Andrew Wilson stuff. Like, I've seen clips of him, I've seen some videos of him, I think debating Destiny, but like my impression of Andrew Wilson is that his whole thing is being really mean to women. I've yet to see that being incorrect, and it's like he I want to find that clip. Let's just react to that clip, bro. Andrew Wilson versus who was it? Yes, this.
If somebody had a preference that they wanted to live in whites only or blacks only.
Okay. What the fuck? Yeah, this is why you're never catching me on the... They did this for 6 hours? Bro. 6 hours on the Whatever podcast with Andrew Wilson? Bro, no, I'd rather take the electric chair. Thanks very much. Let's find the clip, though, the infamous clip. That's... You sat in the studio for 6 hours with Andrew Wilson? God bless you for having the fucking... Most of the time he's crashing out. That's what I'm saying, is like my entire impression of him is like he's just mean to women, which is like, I guess there's an audience for that. But my thing to him would be like, you act so much like you care about traditional masculinity. When I think of traditional masculinity, I think of like chivalry and like actually being nice to women. Right? Like if someone likes traditional masculinity and they want to live by that, I don't have an issue with that, by the way, but don't make it this weird toxic thing about how it's like, I need a woman who's like cognitively like not fully developed so I can tell her what to do. Like the types of advice they give men is so weird. It's like, find someone young who has no idea what they're doing with life, brainwash them, psychologically abuse them, make them desperate for you, and then like it's like all this weird like, how about just like do something wholesome with your life? Like, you want to spend your life with like a little fucking psychological slave? Like, this is how they see women in many cases. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. And like, the thing also is like, there are a lot of aspects of traditional masculinity that I really like. And then I look at this red pill space, and none of these people are even like traditionally masculine. They're toxic. Like this, they think it's like a meme of like toxic masculinity. That's what the red pill space is. Again, like actual, yeah, you trust, bro. You got to marry an impoverished 16-year-old from Vietnam and smuggle her back to the U.S. Yeah, and you have to be a high-value man making at least $120,000 a year. Your wife has to let you have 8 side chicks, and you're not allowed to cry even if your fucking son gets run over by a tractor. It's like this weird thing. What aspect of traditional masculinity do you like? I like the idea of like actual traditional masculinity, which is like being chivalrous and like taking care of those who are weaker than you. And this idea that your duty to society goes up with your abilities. So if you're like a strong person or a smart person or a wealthy person, it's incumbent on you to use that strength or that intelligence or that money for the betterment of those around you. The idea that actually like the worth of a man, a traditional man, is dictated not by how much he gives into his desires, but how much he actually tries to fight back against them. Like you're less angry, you're more reserved and controlled, you're able to channel negative emotions in like a not horrible, destructive, criminal way against other people. Like, and again, like traditional masculinity doesn't work for everyone. I think like you should be able to live how you want to live. I can understand why traditional masculinity is appealing to a lot of people, but I just want us to be like I think masculinity and femininity are totally fine concepts to the extent that they give people meaning in life or like help them figure out their identity. But like, you can't just define masculinity as like, oh, masculinity is like when I do whatever I want and I treat other people like shit, but I make a lot of money. That's weird. That's not, I don't know in what culture that's like considered traditionally masculine. Like, it's so antithetical. Like, seriously, am I wrong in saying that like a lot of these traditional ideas of masculinity are supposed to be that like the strong, tough man, he's like still gentle and he's like still polite to people and still nice to people and still respectful, and like he chooses like negotiation and compassion over like violence and anger. Like, these people have some weird perverted idea of like, oh, traditional, what do they call it? The divine masculine is when you're just like a criminal, pretty much. It's when you're Andrew Tate. Yeah. It's when you traffic people. Oh, okay. And then they're shocked that people call masculinity toxic. Well, yeah, if you try to define masculinity as like all this weird shit that you're doing, then yeah, that is toxic. Now, what I would like is for normal, progressive people or even like moderate people to reclaim the label of masculinity and make it something constructive, and not exclusive, right? So like, your value as a person or as a man is not determined by how masculine you are. But if you want to be a masculine man, that's like, that's good. Finally at 51 views, let's go. Yeah. TikTok algorithm heard the whatever podcast is on the screen. They're like, we got to lock in for this. Would you consider yourself a traditional masculine male or a femboy? I wouldn't consider myself a femboy. I feel like there's more than those two polar opposites. If those are polar opposites, I feel like there's more of a, forgive me for being a lib, there's more of a spectrum to it. But I would say, like, broadly speaking, I like a lot of aspects of traditional masculinity, but like not to an extreme level. Like I not to the extent where it's like I wouldn't want my wife to have a job. No, like, I think probably both people in the marriage should. It's cool if they're working and they have like their own independent life. I actually think it's like not cool. Like this idea that some of these men have that like they need to marry someone that has like literally no life of their own, like that they're always at home and they have like nothing going on except worshiping the guy. That sounds lame and boring. So I don't know if that's supposed to be traditional, but what'd she say? Your wife has 3 baby daddies. Let's see. Yes, I agree. You can be masculine without being toxic. We can be masculine without being an Andrew Tate. I agree. Is going 50-50 traditional masculine male? 50-50 on what? And it depends, right? If someone wants to be a housewife, then obviously the person who's working is going to have more financial burden. If both people are working, there's going to be more of a equal split there. You can have it not be 50-50 depending on who's making more, but like, I mean, this is going to vary person to person. I don't think there's like a one-size-fits-all rule here. Can we react to the clip, bro? I saw you say that, and now I'm like purposefully delaying it a little bit just to trigger you, but we're going to watch the clip. In 3, 2.
Our National Guard, the California National Guard, but that would be treason.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
This is just like, would you team up with Oliver Niehaus? Yeah. I think, yeah, I've met Oliver a couple times on Jubilee as well. This is a...
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
The self-aggrandizement is so cringe to me. Like, have you ever seen me do a debate where I'm like, I'm so smart, I'm so right, and it just turns out you're too stupid? Like...
So Andrew, can I sell you on...
And just, what did I say? The moderator guy's role is to be like, did y'all see that? That's like all he does.
My worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies.
Awkward, like, he's like the fucking...
And has
the
been
cliche
married twice
thing
before.
in like movies where it's-
And you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch.
Okay. Hold on.
But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person.
He
But
literally
Charlie, I just
sounds
think
like he
honestly
wants
you're
to
too fucking stupid
cry.
understand
True.
them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
under
you lick
your
sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife.
What is sniz? I've never in my life heard that word. This is, you know what this is like? Remember when Biden told Trump you have the morals of an alley cat? It's like, why are we in the 1920s all of a sudden? And what is sniz?
If you stupid bitch, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
You're
like, what is this, bro? This is, how old is he? This is embarrassing.
Dyke, don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
doll. I'm sorry,
daddies?
doll.
And he's getting so mad and defensive. Like, isn't his whole thing, like, if he was on the whatever podcast with someone who was in the exact same position as his wife that had like 3 baby daddies, wouldn't he spend the entire podcast like verbally berating and insulting that person? This is just, I mean, this was a brilliant thing on Charlie's end. Charlie, right? Yeah. To just be like, I'm just going to use your own standard against you and watch you fall apart.
Like, is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Ditch licking, sniz, like... This is your hero? This is the guy? And I don't even know like what his arguments were in this video. He just seems like a mean-spirited person. And I think this is underrated in our political discussion. We talk so much about like whose ideology is the strongest and the best. Trump 2024, I got you in a second. Whose ideology is the best and the strongest? It's like, no, some of these people, they dress it up with ideology and like examples, and they act like it's more sophisticated than it really is. But a lot of these people are just mean-spirited people. They just want to insult others. So they concoct a political or a social ideology that gives them cover in doing that and tries to make it seem more proper or more normal or more acceptable that they act like this. But the underlying motivation is still the same, which is that they view someone as the enemy out group, whether it's women, whether it's like liberals, whoever it is, and then they make it their life's work to be mean to these people and insult them and make other people hate them, which is just like a very nasty way to go through life.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try
convince them
to...
that they shouldn't,
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring...
women?
The woman that you try to... He's actually crashing out.
They know
Charlie,
that
did I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older.
Did I bring any of your
You call
family
me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
call
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
To be fair, maybe he didn't in this video, but like, has Andrew Wilson really never insulted someone's family ever? Is this true? I feel like this is like the first guy who'd make fun of someone's wife or like their girlfriend. Be like, oh, look, like she has this many bodies, or like, look at her past. Like, isn't that his whole thing?
It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values
And yeah,
that you try
very
to
good
sell
point.
people
Neither
on
did
are
she.
bullshit.
She actually didn't insult his family. She just pointed out hypocrisy.
I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
What you're doing, which is immoral?
Yeah.
I think that you have been complicit in convincing young men that...
No, my family dynamic. What am I doing? Being married to my wife.
It's immoral.
Then why? So then.
Under my
So all
worldview,
you did.
that's perfectly
So wait,
acceptable.
Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew? You're doing a good thing.
I'm
Hang on,
telling you,
Charlie. I just
on
want to make
my
sure I got this
worldview-
right.
Huh?
Does he not see her point here? How do you talk to someone like that right to their face? It's insane. That's what I'm saying is like a lot of these people just have serious suppressed issues, and they take it out through politics. I made a video about this way back in the day when I first got started on TikTok, and I think it's actually so true. Maybe we'll end off the stream on that.
Am I doing a good thing? Am I doing a
By
good thing?
what? Do you think your wife is a charity case?
By taking care of children who weren't mine? Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then, Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me? Even though you think I'm a good person doing a good thing.
I'm convincing you of my worldview.
You're very convincing, Chuck.
Under my worldview,
I'm a good person.
you can marry your wife and no one would judge you, and you can raise the children that aren't yours and no one would judge you.
No, they would
But
still
under
judge me,
your-
Chuck.
Under your worldview,
Yeah.
that would not be so. Christian nationalists.
Yeah.
Of
What
course
about
it's
it?
even acceptable.
Do you understand what Christianity is? Do you think
Yes,
that?
I was
do you
raised
think?
Christian. Were you?
Yeah, I was.
Protestant.
Yes, I
Oh,
was.
Of course. See, this is
You don't. I'm sorry.
because the Protestant spirit is still in you.
Oh, it is.
It hasn't left, man.
Is the
It
Catholic
hasn't
spirit
left.
still in you?
I wasn't raised Catholic.
Then what are you talking about?
I was
What-
raised Protestant.
Okay, you were raised Protestant?
Yeah.
So why would you fucking criticize me for
Because
that?
It's the thing that Protestants do when they convert to like Orthodox or Catholic is they get really into the idea of like.
Hey, Chuck, can I ask you?
They get really into the idea of rules and
Chuck,
shit.
have you ever had an abortion?
No.
Never. Would you?
Yeah.
So you'd kill your own kids? Why am I going to take moral advice from you?
You don't
There's
have to.
no
I'm
way
not going
he's
to.
Take moral advice
this
from you.
So you're all your.
Like she's very clearly saying that, bringing up that example to point out that your wife is the type of person you would probably mock on these types of shows, right? If it wasn't your wife.
I think that you lie about your worldview.
Okay,
I
which
think
part?
that you-
Which part
I
am I
think
lying
that
about?
you I think that you pretend to be a traditional Christian man, but what I
I've
see you
never
doing is
said
spreading
once
hate.
that I'm a traditionalist.
What I
Chuck.
see you doing as someone who claims to be a Christian is spreading hate.
Okay.
I think that you.
All right, Chuck, fine. See, you got me. You got me. I'm a stepfather, Chuck. What did I do wrong? What did I even do wrong from my Christian worldview, Chuck, by being a stepfather and a good father to kids who needed one, Chuck? Can you
Well,
tell me?
that's not what I was referring to.
No, it was what you were referring
Because
to.
being a
You
stepfather
were
is
trying to.
Christ-like.
What
It
you were
is
trying to do.
Christ-like, but Christian nationalists are not Christ-like. You are
Chuck,
not
what am I
Christ-like.
saying?
If
What
you're
am
a
I doing?
Christian
What am I
nationalist,
doing except taking care of people?
What you're doing is you are espousing to be a
Uh-huh.
good Christian man, but what
Uh-huh.
you do with your life is you don't help others. You sit around smoking cigarettes.
I thought I did. I thought you just commended me for helping others. Didn't I help children who weren't even mine, Chuck?
I don't think the question is whether he's helping children by adopting or by being a stepfather. The question is that you use your platform, and maybe, I don't know if I'm wrong about this. Again, I don't really watch a lot of Andrew Wilson, but my understanding is he uses his platform to shame certain women who it seems like he's married to a very similar type of woman, and that he just, I guess, does it for clout or for clicks, but he doesn't actually live by that same standard, which is not a bad thing. Like, you shouldn't live by that standard, but... Oh, the World War Debate Organization, yes.
It's not what you do with your life.
Yes, it was what I did with my whole young life, my entire youth.
Your job is debating women who aren't formal debaters and literally mocking young women in
Chuck,
sex
do I
work.
only
That's
debate?
what you do.
Do I only debate women, or do I debate the best debaters in the world?
You sometimes do.
Yeah, so shut up.
If they let you.
And what
if
have you?
tolerate
And what have you
I
done?
watch them
What
walk
have you
off.
done?
I have a master's.
Yeah, you haven't done shit. You don't have.
This is such a childlike outburst. I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine, like, carrying myself in this way, let alone on a camera. This is embarrassing.
A family? You've never taken care of another human being?
Andrew Wilson was supposed to be on Jubilee instead of Charlie Kirk. It was first Andrew Wilson. They replaced him with Charlie Kirk. We were all ready to go on Charlie Kirk, and then, I don't know, something happened in mid-September, and Kirk just ghosted us. And I think Andrew was upset that we picked Kirk over him. Wait a second. Never mind. That's a crazy joke. This guy really wants to debate. Okay. Okay.
Good,
How old are you?
bruh. I'm 20, bruh.
Okay. And you support Trump?
Hell yeah, bruh.
You're trolling or what?
No, I support President Trump because, like, his immigration policies. Like, I support, like, I don't want, like, people come in my country illegally, you know?
Why is he
Like, I
locking up
want this-
citizens?
I mean, why? Because you can't come to our country illegally. You got to follow the law.
You
like,
think
I mean,
you think
my-
citizens
my
came here
parents-
illegally?
I mean, if you're a citizen and you commit a crime, then you should be locked up. Like, for example, like, my parents are country, and, like,
Okay, you're
when
definitely
we had
trolling.
our farm. No, I'm not trolling, though. I'm not trolling. I support Trump.
The southern accent immediately went away. Bro said my family on my farm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. My intersectional commune in the heart of New York City. Like, come up with a more believable story than just like the most cliche description of your political ideology. Okay, I think we're gonna actually end the live for today now. Is there anything else here?
Beside yourself, and on top of that, let's just point this out. You have not debated with those people because they think you're too fucking stupid to do so.
Well, yeah, I'm not someone that does debate for
No, it's not because of your
I
debate
literally
skills,
do it
Chuck.
for fun.
It's because of your IQ skills.
I do it for fucking fun.
Well, the only thing that you could come up with this entire time after this nice, pleasant debate, it's true. I did say I think you're too stupid to understand my point.
Yeah, that's rude, so don't
but
be
I
rude to
would
me, and I won't be fucking
never,
rude to you.
I would never have attempted to attack one of your family members.
You could do it.
I know, but I wouldn't, Chuck, because I'm a better person than you.
Oh, well, you wouldn't be able to because all of my family members are better people than you.
Well, I'm.
Who says stuff like this? I'm a better person than you. Like the. Okay.
But I'm a better
Again, that's
person
what I
than
meant
you.
when I said that my dad has spent his life helping people.
Well,
you have
you're-
spent your life
Doing what?
proselytizing to the masses and
About
propping
what?
yourself up as a fucking leader. Essentially saying
I am a
women
leader.
whip-
Are you saying I'm not?
You are inconsequential.
Okay. And Chuck, what does that make you?
Inconsequential.
Okay.
But I'm not ashamed of it. And I
I'm
don't
not ashamed of it
aspire-
either.
I don't aspire to be consequential.
Chuck,
You
I'll-
do. You
Chuck, I
aspire-
didn't
you-
want
you
any-
have all these rules that you
Go ahead.
supposedly
We'll wait till you
follow.
gas
But
out.
at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to be the leader. You want to be in charge. You do not have humility.
Oh. And what's
And
this?
your own church
Uh-huh.
hates people like you. They hate
Oh,
the ortho
then why don't they?
influencer bros.
Why is it that they won't excommunicate me if they hate me so much? Why do instead I get clergy members who send me? I mean, I've got hundreds of DMs I can show you from clergy who thank me for all the catechumens which are coming into their churches. Chuck,
I mean, I've debated with those.
Why is he calling her Chuck also? Like, what is that?
What are the catechumens? What did you say? I've debated with them, and they are.
You've debated
not
with the
brightest
catechumens?
or the best. The men that you've convinced to convert to Orthodox Christianity.
yeah, you've
largely
debated
idiots.
with them. Chuck, you're calling someone else an idiot?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were your idiots that bought your course, and I stopped them. And even people who were saying like, I
Chuck-
disagree with you, but you stopped them. So your
Who-
course
what,
is also.
What were
bunk.
their names, Chuck? Who were they?
I could describe them to you.
Describe them.
White guy wearing a hat with an
Oh,
orange mustache
geez.
and blue eyes. The other guy was also a white guy in a hat, but with slightly darker skin and a large nose.
Well, that really
thin
narrows it
lips,
down,
and
Chuck.
I mean, I could go through my
That really narrows it down,
my
Chuck.
messages with Sarah, but again, these are
Uh-huh.
people that have.
So the entirety of your assault is that I'm not doing anything wrong. What
No,
you were
you are.
trying.
You are doing
Hang on, hang on. But in my family dynamic, I'm not. But you only brought up my family dynamic, which you don't think I'm doing anything wrong in order to what? You wanted to disparage me in front of other people? Isn't that what you were trying to do? You thought that
wanted
once
to
you
prove that
did you
my
want to reveal
worldview-
to everybody the great secret that's not a secret, Chuck?
I wanted to prove to you that my worldview allows you to live the life that you are living.
So does mine.
No, the fuck it doesn't.
Tell me
What
how it-
Christian,
tell me why it
what
doesn't.
Christian nationalist, the average Christian, hates divorce. They would say to your wife, "Stay with that abusive, horrible man.
You're wrong.
married him. That's your husband."
You're totally wrong, and I debate the issue all the time, constantly.
All right. Well, good luck with that
So
with a
there's
Christian
even
nationalist.
under Catholicism, and by the way, Christian nationalism advocates for this as well. If there's abuse in the home or abandonment or things like this, of course that's grounds for divorce. They're against things like not getting rid of show cause, right? Like you have to show a cause for a divorce. You have to create justification. They're against things like no fault. That's the things they're against. Nobody's like, oh, there are some people, I agree. There are some people who have been like, well, even if you're getting beaten up in a relationship, you should stay. But you know what happens when you actually hone down on what they're saying? They're actually saying, wait a second. What I'm saying is that that's something which can be worked through. That's not a thing which instantly nullifies the marriage. And that as Christians, you should try to work through that first before you end the marriage, especially if you have kids. That makes a lot of fucking sense to me.
Did you?
Does that make a lot of fucking sense to anyone else here? What the hell?
Thing is that that's something which can be worked through. That's not a thing which what they're saying. They're actually saying, wait a second. But you know what happens? Some people who have been like, well, even if you're getting beaten up in a relationship, you should stay. But you know what happens when you actually hone down on what they're saying? They're actually saying,
Yeah,
wait
bro,
a second.
I'm not going on these types of podcasts to debate these types of issues. I just don't know what the goal of that would be.
What I'm saying is that that's something which can be worked through. That's not a thing which instantly nullifies the marriage. And that as Christians, you should try to work through that first before you end the marriage, especially if you have kids. That makes a lot of fucking sense to me.
Did your wife had a no fault divorce? Was it no fault?
I'm not going to get into my personal life with you, Chuck.
All right, but if you're saying that Christian nationalists are, they're pro show cause but against at fault divorce, then it's the same.
Okay,
thing.
Chuck. Well, what happened is her ex-husband went in the room and beat her half to death
Yeah,
and
that's
ripped.
horrible,
Shut up,
man.
Chuck.
That's horrible.
Shut up, Chuck. But you want me to relive it and you want me to tell you about it, so I will.
I'm asking if it was.
No,
show
shut up,
cause or
Chuck.
no
It's my
fault.
turn to tell you.
All right.
And ripped out half of her tongue. Ripped it out of her fucking head.
Didn't you just say that it'd be reasonable for them to try to work through that instead of divorcing? Isn't that what he just said 2 seconds ago?
And so the thing is funny, Chuck. I just want to point this out. Thanks, by the way, for reminding me of that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can you just help me out with this?
Wait, what?
Ripped it out of her fucking head.
If it was
No,
show
shut up,
cause or
Chuck.
no
It's my
fault.
turn to tell you.
All right.
And ripped out half of her tongue. Ripped it out of her fucking head. And so the thing is funny. Shut up, Chuck.
They're pro show cause but against at fault divorce, then it's the same.
Okay,
thing.
Chuck. Well, what happened is her ex-husband went in the room and beat her half to death
Yeah,
and
that's
ripped.
horrible,
Shut up,
man.
Chuck.
That's horrible.
Shut up, Chuck. But you want me to relive it, and you want.
What does he mean that you want me? Was he even there? This is horrible, by the way, obviously. But was Andrew Wilson the one who was abused? Like, I understand it's obviously probably a very hard thing for him as well that his wife went through that, but this is just interesting the way he's wording this.
Me to tell you about it, so I will.
I'm asking if it was.
No,
show
shut up,
cause or
Chuck.
no
It's my
fault.
turn to tell you.
All right.
And ripped out half of her tongue. Ripped it out of her fucking head. And so the thing is funny, Chuck. I just want to point this out. Thanks, by the way, for reminding me of that.
Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can you just help me out with this? Which Christian nationalist would say that divorce under those circumstances was not appropriate?
Who's the dude that was berating his pregnant?
You
wife?
tell me. Stephen Crowder?
Yeah.
You think Stephen Crowder, who's one of Rachel's best friends, would tell her that
That's
was
her best friend.
I didn't say it was her best friend.
That's one of her.
Fucking moderator.
Crowder?
Yeah.
You think Steven Crowder, who's one of Rachel's best friends, would tell her that
Awkward.
That's her best friend.
I didn't say it was her best friend.
Is that what he does for this entire 6-hour video?
Her best friends?
Yes. And one of mine.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's what I mean, man, is you espouse
No, man. What I mean, man, is you just said that Steven Crowder.
It is pro
Steven Crowder. You're saying that Steven Crowder.
You were telling your wife's like you are talking about her horrific trauma, and then you're saying like that like freaking Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder didn't lay a finger on his wife.
You are hanging out with abusers of women that want to trap women.
Steven Crowder never laid a finger on his wife, you lying bitch.
As far as we fucking know.
No, as far as she claimed publicly, you fucking idiot. You don't even know anything about the case. You stupid broad.
I can't get over it. This man
Far
has
as we
contributed
fucking know.
nothing.
No, as far as she claimed publicly, you fucking idiot. You don't even know anything about the case. You stupid broad. Can you tell me?
He's got the Cash Patel syndrome going here. What is this?
Can you tell me that Hillary Crowder has said that Steven Crowder ever touched her? Ever? Because she's then why are you making
But
these
he's still an
allegations?
abuser of women.
How?
It was
because he got into an
the way that he spoke.
Chuck,
and you support that. You support
Chuck,
men
you've
that
been
speak
in
their
worse
wives like
arguments in relationships than that. I guarantee it.
I haven't.
Oh my God, you people are the worst liars. You're the worst liars, the most uncharitable fucking people. The worst lying sacks. You just made an accusation that Steven Crowder abused his wife. Total lies. Said that he beat her up. Total fucking lies. Said that he would hate Rachel Wilson.
Why have a mod? Because if you don't have a mod, who's going to sit there and go like... That's really important in a debate to have that. You can't have a debate without that type of guy.
Of his best friends, right? You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit this whole night, and you
literally don't know what you're talking about.
Words, you literally.
Chuck, just stop. You're an embarrassment, Chuck.
I still cannot get over the fact this is 6 hours and 17 minutes. Bro, yeah, it looks like it's dark outside by the time they're done, and when they're starting, it looks like there's like the sun is out. 6-hour debate is crazy.
You would be like, no, it's not.
Okay, what's going on here? Okay, why does my OBS keep tweaking out? Hold on. Restart capture. Screen capture. There we go.
Yeah, well, I'm glad because that wasn't going to happen.
Not with your fucking audience. This audience, it's all fucking incels.
It's all incels, yeah.
Yes.
Well, your audience is all a bunch of ditch-licking whores. What do you want me to say?
You versus Ben, 6 hours. Me versus Ben, 6 hours. Only one person would walk out of that room, and it would be Ben because I would take my own life having to talk to him for 6 hours straight.
I like them better than you.
Yeah, you should.
I do.
Enjoy them, Chuck.
Got you real red in the face.
My hands were on my face just now, Chuck.
And before.
Because my hands were on my face, Chuck.
Okay,
It's performative, Chuck. I don't know. You looked pretty angry just a second ago, Chuck. You were pretty upset.
This is what my face looks like normally.
Oh.
I told you this even before the debate began. That I have heavy-set eyebrows. I look angry naturally.
You got it, Chuck.
And I have a big, scary manly face.
I know, Chuck. I know. I get it. I get it. Thank you for making all those baseless accusations about people, though. That was very kind of you.
I mean, thank you for promoting a worldview that is
I guess that justifies
racist, misogynistic, homophobic, and transphobic.
I guess that justifies.
Thank you for spreading hate. Thank you for contributing to ruining a generation of young men.
Yeah, so I guess that justifies any evil thing you want to do, huh, Chuck?
Radicalizing them
Chuck,
out of approaching.
These are the same exact reasons that they shot Charlie Kirk, Chuck. Same reason that your trans friend shot Charlie Kirk is because you think it's it's okay. Your trans friend. This is why you think it's okay.
It was a cisgender man that shot Charlie Kirk.
Oh, give me. It was fucking a trans. Give me a break. And by the
young men.
Yeah, so I guess that justifies any evil thing you want to do, huh, Chuck?
Radicalizing them out of approaching.
These are the same exact reasons that they shot Charlie Kirk, Chuck. Same reason that your trans friend shot Charlie Kirk is because you think it's you think it's okay. Your trans friends. This is why you think it's okay.
A lot of these people, I don't know, but I can't speak for Andrew Wilson. A lot of these people want to see anyone left of center like dead. This is how they see us, right? They think that everyone who voted for Kamala Harris collectively all held hands together and pulled the trigger on Charlie Kirk. And that right after that, we went to get our gender reassignment surgery.
Tender man that shot Charlie
Oh,
Kirk.
give me. Who's fucking a trans? Give me a
they do, though.
break.
They do
And
that.
by the way, let's point this out, Chuck. I just want to point this out. That it's the justification that you can do any evil thing you want to me because you think I espouse a bad worldview. That's exactly what got Charlie
Actually,
Kirk
you were
killed.
the one arguing that we should go in and
What
violate.
did she do to him that's so analogous to killing Charlie Kirk? What did she even do to him?
Colonize or blow up people because they do things differently, and I was the one.
Because they're
No.
molesting
And I said
children,
to
Chuck?
lead with love and
Because they're-
kindness. Blow up people because they do things differently, and I was the one.
Because-
you were the one arguing that we should go in and violently colonize or blow up people because they do things differently, and I was the one.
Because they're
No.
molesting
And I said
children,
to
Chuck?
lead with love and
Because they're
kindness.
molesting
Lead with
children?
love and kindness. That's what I.
Tell
said.
the audience what the cum warriors do, Chuck.
They already know.
Do they?
The what?
Love and kindness. That's what I.
Tell
said.
the audience what the cum warriors do, Chuck.
They already know.
This is what happens when you start a debate 4 hours into a six-hour debate. The cum warriors?
Do they?
Yeah, and you said fucking blow them up.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I would blow up pedophiles, Chuck. That's terrible of me. I'm a real bad guy. Smokey
All
man.
right, well-
Chuck.
Andrew Wilson calling for violence against President Trump?
Chuck.
They already know.
Do they?
Yeah, and you said fucking blow them up.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I would blow up pedophiles, Chuck.
Wow. Disgusting. This is the America we live in now. Andrew Wilson calling for violence against Donald Trump. Calling to blow up Donald Trump. Disgusting.
That's terrible of me.
That is
I'm a real
terrible
bad
of him.
guy. Smokey
All
man.
right, well,
Chuck,
I'm
Smokey
sure that
man
the
bad,
person-
Chuck.
I'm certain that the person who shot Charlie Kirk thought the same thing.
Yeah, Smokey man bad. Even though I do nothing in your worldview, me being a stepfather is not problematic.
There's a million stepfathers.
You commend me, of course, for doing that. You say it's a good thing that I do that, but you bring it up anyway because you want to attack me.
Neutral. I mean, do you make those children feel like they are like a charity case that you have just done such great things
Oh,
for?
so I'm sorry. So I shouldn't do it because if I do, what?
No, but you should be normal about it.
What does that mean? You brought it up.
So don't treat it like it's like, oh, I'm such a good man for doing this thing and taking in this broken, abused women. Like it's like I don't like the way you're talking about it, dude.
Oh, how should I talk about it, Chuck?
Like a normal person.
What does that mean, Chuck?
It should just be a fact. It should just be neutral.
Okay, it is a fact, and you brought it up because you wanted to use it as something disparaging, but you can't figure out how it's disparaging.
It's disparaging because it goes against the worldview that you espouse.
What part of me marrying a woman
You
who
say
was divorced goes against my
You say
worldview?
gnarly things about promiscuous women and that they're disgusting.
That's not
You're
promiscuity.
You say 3 baby daddies? Yes, that's promiscuous.
Wait a second. Help me out here. How many times have you had sex?
I couldn't count.
How many different partners have you had?
Oh, it depends on what you would consider sex.
Men.
Men?
Yeah. How many men have you fucked, Chuck?
Certainly under 10.
Yeah, and she has three long-term relationships, and I'm one of them. Okay, Chuck. Can you tell me? Can you tell me which one of you are promiscuous?
Through having.
I feel like a lot of the red pill space would call someone with 3 long-term relationships like damaged goods or something. That's literally what they would call them on like Fresh and Fit.
Children with them, forever tied to her. That's a much stronger bond than a hookup.
Okay, but help me out. You fucked way more women than my wife, and she's the promiscuous one?
You wouldn't consider what I do sex, would you?
You fuck men. You said you fucked 10 men, Chuck.
I said under 10. You would not consider the sex that I've had with women to be sex. Is that what you said?
No, I'm talking about men.
Then why'd you bring up women?
I didn't try to. I was talking about men.
Okay.
I don't think we can watch this. I don't think we can watch this. I'm not watching. There's 2 hours left of this. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So yeah, Chuck, you fucked way more.
None of them got me pregnant.
Yeah, well, who cares if they did? You would just abort the kid.
I mean, yeah, but
yeah, because you're just a sick fuck.
I'm not a sick fuck.
You're a sick fuck.
I think it's crueler. I think it is crueler to have children when you are unprepared and bring them into an unsafe household. I think that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll make sure to let my stepkids know that they shouldn't have been brought in the world because Chuck wishes that her mom killed them. Because then she couldn't say you had 3 baby daddies, could she?
Go ahead and tell them.
I'll go ahead and tell them, Chuck.
Tell them.
I'll let them know, Chuck.
But it's every time you talk about how older women are undesirable, women with past are undesirable.
That's not what I say.
And then you are dating a woman. You are married to a woman. You are in
Chuck,
love
can
with
you
a woman.
can you tell me what my
married to a
position
woman.
is?
I've seen your tweets.
What's my position?
I've seen the way that you speak to sex
Can you
workers.
tell me
I've
what
seen the
my
way that you speak
was my
to
wife a sex
people with
worker?
sex. No.
No.
She has 3 baby daddies.
Okay,
And
so not a
that's
sex
lot.
not a
That's
sex
lot.
worker? Not a sex
All right?
worker?
No, not a sex worker.
Okay, great. Chuck.
But the way you talk to promiscuous women.
So
you
she
just
had
tried to do the
3 so
same
she had
to
3
me.
long-term relationships and did what she was supposed to do in them when she's married, which is have children.
Yeah, and how did that turn out for her?
It turned out great. She ended up with
She got
me.
half her tongue ripped out. That's
And
what
she-
you
yeah,
said.
but she's been with me for almost what, fucking 18 years? What's your longest term relationship, Chuck?
3 years, but I'm
Yeah,
also in my
3
20s.
years. 3 years and 10 guys. Well, you got a way to go, Chuck.
I said under 10, but I'm
Man,
also
his
in my
ego is
20s.
hurt.
And you're in your 40s.
I married her when I was in my 20s. With her. What do you mean?
She was in her 30s when you married her then.
Was she? I don't.
She's 5 years older.
No,
than you,
she's
correct?
not 5 years. She's 3 years older, you idiot.
Oh, my bad. My information was wrong then.
Yeah, because you got it from a.
You idiot. He's so triggered. That's crazy.
What do you mean?
She was in her 30s when you married her then.
Was she? I don't.
She's 5 years older.
No,
than you,
she's
correct?
not 5 years. She's 3 years older, you idiot.
Oh, my bad.
He sounds like a little, you idiot.
My information was wrong then.
Yeah, because you got it from a dumb whore, didn't you?
Which dumb whore?
Tree of Logic. You got it from a stupid whore, and that's why your information's bad. What else?
Is Tree of Logic the name of someone?
Yeah, what else do you think? What else do you think, Chuck? Do I have an illegitimate black child too?
No.
That wasn't part of your information?
No.
Oh, what else was part of your information? How much older is my wife than me?
5 years.
Oh, okay. Well, how old is she then?
She's 43 if you said it was 3 years.
Wait, how old am I, Chuck?
40.
I'm 41.
Okay. Well, she still has 3 baby daddies.
You just got owned, liberal. I'm not 40. I'm 41, actually. Get fucked. You lost.
You confirmed.
So you were wrong about that, right? You were wrong about that?
Does she not have 3 baby daddies?
Yeah, no,
Did you not
she
say
didn't
that
have
this
3
was
baby
public
daddies. Men you're
information?
married to aren't baby daddies.
A baby daddy is a man that gets
No, your disparagement there, as fun as it is, right? Remember, she's not here to defend herself either, because she'd knock you the fuck out probably. But
She would hit me?
yeah, oh yeah. If you personally attacked her, I'm sure she would.
Well, I wouldn't.
Wasn't this the guy just saying that, like, you people on the left, you throw a label on us and think it gives you an excuse to be violent towards us? My wife would knock you the fuck out, though. Okay, dude.
Have personally attacked her. So I might have gently suggested that.
Oh,
you know,
gently
telling
suggested.
women to submit to their husbands and blah 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 is kind of
That created great outcomes for her, Chuck.
Is this a great outcome?
It sure seems to be for her.
Because I mean, being with you and I think dedicating your life to being a content creator that just like debates and that's the extent of your Christian goodness, I wouldn't consider that high living.
Wait,
I
is that
wouldn't
the
consider that
Chuck? Is that the
virtuous.
extent of my Christian goodness?
Probably.
Tell me what I do.
This is what you do.
Tell me what I do with all that money I make, Chuck.
I don't know.
But I thought you just told me what the extent of my Christian goodness was.
The impact that you leave on the world, whether you donate to charities
So
or
it just
Kind of unrelated, but are you on the Piers Morgan versus 20 woke liberals Jubilee? I am not. I'm not in that one. I considered it, but long story short, I had something else planned for a very close date to that, and I didn't want to be traveling twice back to back in such a short span of time. But then the other thing that I had lined up ended up getting rescheduled to later. So I actually could have been in the Piers Morgan one if I had known it was going to be rescheduled, but
Which I strongly doubt that you do.
You strongly doubt that?
What you do with your worldview is you use it to feed your ego. What you do with
ego?
your career.
My ego?
Yes, your ego.
My ego?
Your ego.
So tell me, Chuck, can you help me out here?
And I know that this is the thing about pride too, because the first time we debated, you said to me, you just humiliated yourself in front of all of these people. And
You
when I said,
did.
I've been on bigger platforms, you said, no, you haven't.
What bigger platform were you on?
Well, I was interviewed by CNN once.
No. So you weren't on a bigger platform, Chuck. So I was right?
Shush.
So I was right, Chuck? I was right.
Cupbot in 2024
Yeah.
had a
Cupbot.
viewer average of about
he noticed how he was like so. Yeah, Parker and Mason were in it. And I'm sure they killed it as well. What's up, Mason? Notice how like he's so defensive in this exchange that he gets this one tiny, I guess, rhetorical win, and he fucking throws his hands up in celebration. Oh, you were on CNN one time. I'm famous. I'm so cool. Everyone loves me. No one knows who you are. And you're what? You're 41. You're 41, and you're obsessed with like internet clout and.
What platform were you on?
Well, I was interviewed by CNN once.
No. So you weren't on a bigger platform,
also
Chuck.
Cupbot-
So I was right.
Shush.
So I was right, Chuck. I was right.
Cupbot in
Nothing is this funny. Nothing is this funny.
2024
Yeah.
had a
Cupbot.
viewer average of about 10,000. And I went on her show with Morg Pie, and I was subject to a lot more people and greater, scarier things.
Oh.
So I guess
Okay.
now technically Brian's platform is the largest platform I've been on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. But before that, it was mine.
No, it was Cupbot.
Oh, it was Cupbot.
Yeah.
And how many people were watching Cupbot at that time? If we go pull that stream, we'll find the numbers.
When we were debating, I'm not referring to her numbers at that time. I was referring to her viewer average in 2024. When I went on her dating show with Morg Pie, there were over 10K viewers
Okay.
concurrent.
Gotcha.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
And that is far more immortalized than this will be.
So help me out with this, though. I just want to make sure that I get all this right. So ultimately, you think
The thing is, like, this is with him and this is with Andrew Tate, even though I don't know if Wilson and Tate have the same, like, actual ideologies, is like underneath the ideology and the veneer of, like, any kind of sophisticated thought process, it's all the same man-child behavior. It's all just, like, weird suppressed emotions from when they were in middle school, and they're like, they never got over that one thing that pissed them off, and now they just have to take out their anger on the rest of the world. It's like literally all it is. It's so crazy how much of like the worst people in our society, or the worst people with platforms, people that push the most harmful ideologies or the most exclusive ideologies that try to like other certain people or exalt other people above others. It's never this like well-reasoned, like, well, based on this, I think this. It's like they try to make it seem super sophisticated and super intelligent, but there's always a psychological explanation that is like way, way more simple and explains way, way more, which is that these are, in many cases, insecure people who express like childlike rage and jealousy and envy and clout chasing at the ripe age of 41. There's nothing traditionally masculine about this. I don't know. This just seems like a child lashing out. A traditionally masculine person does not have such a fragile ego that after a 4.5-hour conversation on the Whatever podcast, you start crashing out like this.
That it's okay to try to use these disparaging things against my wife, who's not here to defend herself. Why? What did she do to you, Chuck?
I'm trying to convince you of my worldview.
Yeah, but what did she do to you, Chuck?
I mean, I think that being married to you is
It's enough to do whatever evil you want to her, isn't it, Chuck?
was what I said evil or
Hey, Mr. Wilson, didn't you just say a few minutes ago that her bringing up that your wife has 3 baby daddies is enough reason for your wife to knock her out? Like punch her in the face and knock her out? So now stop acting so sanctimonious and like, oh, how dare you? You said something mean about me. You must endorse violence. Like,
Do you, Chuck?
I'm trying to convince you of my worldview.
Yeah, but what did she do to you, Chuck?
I mean, I think that being married to you is
It's enough to do whatever evil you want to her, isn't it, Chuck?
was what I said evil or wrong? Was it inaccurate what I said? Was it inaccurate what I said? Was it inaccurate?
Remember how earlier?
Was it a lie?
Yeah, but was it? Were you trying to use it as disparaging, like you
I'm
do
trying
with
to point out your
colonizer?
hypocrisy.
Where's the hypocrisy?
Because of the worldviews that you espouse.
Tell me what I espouse, which is hypocritical.
You spend your time convincing men that older women are undesirable, that women
No.
with past are undesirable.
You're
You do.
lying.
I have scrolled through your freaking tweets.
Chuck,
I've seen this.
Chuck,
I've seen what you
can-
said.
the way I would put it, I don't know what she goes on to say, is like Andrew Wilson is part of an online cultural movement that seeks to make more popular the idea that the worth of a woman and of a man in different ways are majorly dependent on the number of partners they've had or the amount of romantic dating history they have. And that is one of the most significant factors in determining their value to society or their value to you as an individual, right? So if you're espousing and a part of this cultural space, it's like him, it's Myron Gaines, it's Andrew Tate. I'm aware they have like different opinions on specific matters, but like this entire red pill movement, like fuck women movement, is all built on the same underlying principle, right? Which is that we can determine the value of a woman based on XYZ numbers, stripped of any context, right? So she's correct in bringing that up. I mean, if someone just gave Andrew Wilson or Andrew Tate or Myron Gaines, like any of these people, out of context, like, oh, what would you say about the value of a woman who's had children with 3 men before? They would say, oh, that's damaged goods. You can't. You don't wife that. If you wife that, you're a loser. You're a sucker. You're being taken advantage of. That's what they would say, right? And now he's acting all like there's a nuance to it. Actually, they weren't baby daddies; they were her previous husbands. And actually, I'm a good stepfather. Like, yeah, oh, that's like the argument that most normal, socially adjusted people would make. And so it's true that this is like a weirdly. And again, I don't want to go too much into specifics here because I genuinely do not watch Andrew Wilson. So like, I don't know the full extent of his views. I know he's more of like a Christian misogynist. I know Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines are more like Muslim misogynists. So I'm sure that there are differences here, right? He might say, I'm not gonna start assuming what people like him say, but you can learn a lot about someone from how they carry themselves in contentious situations, especially when someone feels attacked. You can learn a lot about them from how they react to that. And this is one thing I've learned from doing political stuff over the last year is like, you need to stop intellectualizing stuff sometimes and just look at someone as a person and say, oh, this is a person with issues who is like trying to use politics as a vehicle to externalize those issues. And when they try to use politics or social issues as a vehicle to externalize their own personal issues, it lends them sometimes an air of credibility in certain spaces, which it's like just drop the act and say it. Like, who broke your heart when you were 15 years old, or like who cheated on you that one time that you like your entire worldview was shaped by this? I saw a psychologist. Yeah, if anyone here knows Dr. K, Alok Kanoja, he does like a lot of psychology stuff on YouTube. He's very popular. He's like done stuff with streamers before, and I saw him saying, because he used to run private practice and now he also does stuff like with Twitch streamers and stuff, that like the vast majority of like red pill men that he has treated, the one common factor with all those red pill men is that at some point in their life they had a traumatic experience that involved a woman, whether it was like their mom or like a relationship or whatever. They got rejected, they got cheated on, and they take from that one negative experience with women, the lesson that they internalize from that is that the issue is that it was a woman that did this and not the actual act that was done towards them, and that kernel of like bitterness and resentment is where is the soil from which the red pill ideology grows. And that's not surprising to me at all.
Give me the position, Chuck. Give me the position I have. The position you think I have, which is hypocritical.
Older women are undesirable. An 18-year-old will always be more desirable than a fucking...
Total fucking lies, Chuck. So here's my actual position.
That was actually one of the first...
I guarantee you'll never find the tweet. And when we're done here, I'll send you $1,000 per tweet that I'm wrong about. Promise.
Okay.
So here we go. You ready? My actual position. As women get older, they're generally less desirable than when they were younger.
Uh-huh.
Anything else, Chuck? Am I wrong?
But do you think...
Hang on. Chuck, am I wrong? Chuck, am I wrong, though, Chuck?
I'll ask the chat, because again, I don't watch this guy. Does he not also make the argument that the more partners a woman racks up, the less desirable she is, or the less valuable she is, or less worthy she is of like a man? Is that not an argument he makes? I know Myron Gaines makes that argument. I know Andrew Tate makes that argument. Again, I know he's like a slightly different type of breed than them, but that's kind of the vibe I get from him. I don't know. Someone who's like more well-read on Wilson can let me know if I'm wrong about that. But
depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
I like older women.
I'm asking you, Chuck, in general.
And my mom and all of her heterosexual
Yeah, Chuck, I know, but in general, but Chuck, in general, is it not the case that in general, as women get older, they become less desirable to men than younger women? In general.
Not now, I don't think so. I think there's an age cap.
So if I were to show you stats of when men respond and say that they would prefer younger women over older women, they're lying?
Maybe.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I don't know. You can never trust
this
to where they're
argument,
from.
like I don't fully get this. Like I'm sure when he's maybe talking about like casual relationships, this may broadly be true. If people are just being polled, I guess, on attractiveness, that like the average man would find like a 23-year-old more attractive than a 33-year-old. Generally, maybe that's true, but like that's just like one dimension of like a relationship, right? So like a lot of these people think that like relationships should just be contingent on like how does someone look and how much money do they make and what's their history, and that's like those are the three factors that matter: personality, personal philosophy, life experience, disposition, chemistry. All that stuff is just liberal propaganda. It's all about the body count, the bank number, and the fucking, I guess, looks. This is like the looks maxing shit, right? With that one guy who fucking injects himself with cocaine to have like a jawline. Clav.
Never said that either. Never said that either. I said that every study needs to be vetted. But okay. So anyway, what's the next position that I espouse, which I probably don't? That makes me a hypocrite.
So I want to say that as an outsider looking in, what your platform looks like is it's teaching young.
Yeah, I don't care about that. How am I a hypocrite?
Women.
What am I saying that's hypocritical?
You're a hypocrite because you are married to a woman that the men that you are influencing to feel these things, you are married to someone that they would find completely unacceptable.
Red pill women want a woman. Red pill men want a woman who doesn't have a job. No. Red pill men want a woman who doesn't have an identity. That is just like a sidekick to them, or like some kind of appendage to be attached to their life, rather than being their own person. Which I feel like to anyone who's not like seriously emotionally just dealing with issues, that sounds boring, and like why would you want that? I guess you want like a chat GPT with a physical body that's just like, yes sir, you're so smart sir, you're the best sir, whatever. I have no opinions, I have no interests, whatever you want goes. That just sounds boring.
Because I don't think you know my audience.
I know their audience.
I don't have a red pill audience.
You do, dude.
I don't. I'm not a red.
Is this true?
You are influencing to feel these things. You are married to someone that they would find completely unacceptable.
I don't think you know my audience.
I know their audience.
I don't have a red pill audience.
You do, dude.
I don't. I'm not a red pillar.
Down all of my
I'm literally not a red pillar.
Because every time after I debate you, what I
for someone who's not a red pillar, if that's the case, he needs to work on his PR. Because when I think of red pill, he's one of the first names to come to my mind. And again, in fairness, I haven't watched a lot of his stuff, so maybe he's not a red pillar, but
have is a bunch of dudes hopping in my comments calling me a stupid whore, a bitch, and a slut.
What does that have to do with me?
That's your audience.
No, my
That's your
audience are
man.
Christian nationalists. That's my audience.
Yeah, and they're assholes.
Maybe, but
They're
that
bad
doesn't make me a
people. They're
hypocrite.
not Christian.
What things do I advocate for that are hypocritical to how I live my personal life? What? Chuck?
You're dating a promiscuous woman.
How is that
You were
promiscuous?
dating a woman who has 3 baby daddies.
I'm not dating anybody. I'm married. And how is it promiscuous? She had 3 long-term relationships and was married.
Children with 3 different men.
How is that promiscuous? So
It's not a problem to
So
me,
if her husband died in war and she got remarried, me as a Christian, that's promiscuous?
It's different.
How? How's that different than he leaves her?
It's death.
Also, the very fact that he's delving into the context behind the number of men she has children with shows a level of nuance on the issue that he would never, or I don't want to speak for him, I guess, but like that the average red pillar would never actually bring up. That it actually matters the context of why that's the case. Most of these guys are just like, give me the body count number. I don't need to know why or what happened. That's all I need to know. And again, he's claiming he's not a red pillar. I tend to take people at their word about self-identification of political ideology, but that's interesting to me. I really would not have expected that.
How's that different than he leaves her?
The great sanctity of
And
Christian.
shout out to Charlie, by the way, for like really keeping her cool and keeping composed here. Because I mean, watching this, it looks like he's like you can pause this at any given point, like how I just paused it here. She's like literally rolling her eyes at him and he's melting down. So just like the body language reads here are not great look for him either.
But Chuck, I've never advocated that, ever. So how could I be a hypocrite?
Dude, and everything you say and do, you fucking advocate for this
Here,
shit. You
I'm going to start
advocate
pulling
for
out,
this shit.
I'll tell you what. I'll start pulling out cash.
I don't want you to
Pull up the tweet. Pull up the tweet that shows me a hypocrite to my worldview. I'll keep pulling out cash until you can.
Keep pulling it out.
Okay, how much do you want?
I'm not playing your game.
You're not going, because you don't have shit.
No, because I'm not going to sit here and dig through your fucking tweets.
Because there's nothing there that would make me a hypocrite to my view. Do you think?
Dude, your platform is literally to normal people. Reads as insane, dude.
That has nothing to do with the claim I'm a hypocrite, Chuck. Chuck,
yes, dude,
show me how I'm a hypocrite, Chuck, from my view.
You spend your time shitting on women.
I don't.
That is all you do. That is all
Hardly.
you do. You discourage.
But even if I did, even if all I did was shit on women, how am I a hypocrite?
Because you are married to a woman with 3 baby daddies.
And do I ever make a prescription that that's immoral or wrong?
I think you made up rules for yourself that it's okay to fit your worldview.
Bro, when have I ever advocated that you can't be a stepdad?
So proud. I think you would be so proud of your chaste Christian wife. That's
Are you ever going to show me how I espouse views, which I don't believe, ever? What do I actually say?
Watched the shit that you make. You can just watch your clips and see the things that you say.
Chuck, tell me my position.
For Wilson,
that makes me a
from what I can tell, again, maybe he's said stuff I haven't seen. It's not just what he says; it's how he says it. There's like a real vitriol and bitterness behind his words that is just—it's communicated by his tone, his body language, his choice of words. He immediately jumps to calling people like bitch and whore. Like it's so.
Right, please.
I just told you. I told you.
What? What? What is it? What?
I just told you
You
several
didn't.
times. Do you not have fucking ears, dude?
What did you just tell me? What?
You are married to a woman that would be considered by the men that you proselytize
Me,
to,
Chuck.
that they are.
Me, Chuck. What do I advocate for that makes me a hypocrite, Chuck? What?
To look for chaste young women.
That's not even my.
Women who are not stained. You spend all your time shitting all over sex workers.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
And if I recall correctly, you have said that there is like a girl who's at an OnlyFans or done sex work is undateable, unlovable, unmarriageable.
No, I've never said any of those things.
I swear to God, I've heard it.
No, Chuck, you hear what you want to hear. So here's my actual position, and I'll tell you. So my actual position on step parenting is the same position that I would have on sex work.
62. You spoke too soon. We're back down to 50. The view suppression is crazy. I will say, it is kind of insane. But, was I not supposed to end this live like half an hour ago? I really got distracted by this clip. Actually, I think we're gonna hop off for today. Because at this rate, I'm going to end up finishing this video, and there's still like over an hour left, so we're not doing that. We're not doing all that right now. 56 on 55 on my end now. What is view suppression? I mean, the TikTok For You page is just not pushing this onto people's live feeds. And I think I can see that from the breakdown in the stats as well, from where the view sources. I don't know why that's the case. It's suspicious to me that it happens the day after I get demonetized. I'm hoping it's an outlier case and not the new normal, because that would fucking suck. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you head on over to YouTube. I did get a restriction on my live earlier, yeah. Although I restarted the live after that. But I will say to everyone here who's watching that my days on TikTok are waning, I feel like. It's like any moment now they put a strike on my account or they do some fuck shit. So go to the link in my bio and follow me on, subscribe on YouTube, follow me on Instagram, and join my Discord. You got demonized? I think you mean demonetized. I was demonetized. And I'll tell the story again. I was demonetized for not having any public videos on my account. They couldn't check my eligibility for the Creator Awards program because they checked my account and there were no public videos. And I think, oh, that's it's obviously some kind of glitch in their automated system. Let me appeal this. I appeal it. It gets manually reviewed. And they say, nope, you're definitely demonetized. So, and then the next day I hop on live and I'm capped out at like 60 concurrent viewers when typically my floor is like 150. So, who knows? Who knows? But it is what it is. We'll figure something out. Wow, the YouTube, I like the YouTube layout a lot more than the vertical layout. So y'all should really, I'm telling you guys, head over to YouTube, subscribe on YouTube. You're going to see more long form content as well. I'm going to make clips out of these lives. I'm going to, what do you call it? And post actual YouTube videos that are made for YouTube. I know it's been a while since I've done that. But, okay. Are you on Twitter? I am on Twitter. I don't really tweet. I just be reposting stuff on there. Retweeting. Okay. I'm going to end the live first on TikTok. Yeah, I'm going to end the live. I usually end it first on YouTube. I'm going to end it first on TikTok because YouTube is my new favorite platform, actually. Fuck TikTok. Like, unless TikTok wants to stop shadow banning me, in which case it's my favorite, actually. Okay. Have a good night, everyone. I probably will be going live tomorrow. Parker raid. Substack post. I posted on Substack. I don't even know if I posted about it anywhere. I published one thing on Substack about the economy. I was on having some kind of manic episode and I was like, let me just write a fucking Substack article real quick. Substack is one of those things where it's like, you know the ADHD meme where it's like you start 20 different projects, but you only end up finishing like 3 of them and the other ones are just kind of left on step 1. That's kind of what Substack is for me. Like I wrote that Substack post. I delved deep into my econ knowledge, just graphs in there and shit. After I posted that one Substack thing, I was like, you know what? That's the last one for the next 10 years. Like I'll post again at some point if I have something I want to write about. But right now, when it comes to long form or more detailed, nuanced content, I think I want to start posting more long form videos on YouTube. Like I'm thinking of making like a proper 15 to 20 minute video on YouTube talking about like the direction of the Trump presidency, where I think he's either going to get impeached or he's going to go full fucking dictator mode. It's going to be one of those two. And when I talk about it on TikTok, it's usually like a quick soundbite where I'm going over like the very important points. It might be nice to start posting videos that are like 15 plus minutes long that actually delve into more of the details, and I'm like taking my time to let these things breathe and go through more methodically. What's your Substack handle? I don't even know. I honestly don't even know what it is. But yeah. Okay. I'm gonna end it first on TikTok. We're gonna end my Substack might be in my link tree in my bio. But we'll go live again tomorrow, maybe, most likely, and we'll see if this is a glitch or if this is the new normal, that my fucking viewership is going to be capped at like 50 people. Can I ask one more question before you end? Yeah, sure. What's up? Hold on. My chat disappeared for a second. That's crazy. Damn, you actually got me. Thoughts on a Newsom-Bashir ticket? I really don't want Gavin Newsom as president. I really don't want him. I'll vote for him if he's a nominee, but please, Lord, I do not want him to win the primary. I understand he's like a fighter and he's good on YouTube and stuff, on Twitter and stuff, but like, I just want someone who knows how to govern and communicate and build consensus. I just want someone who knows that if they just invest a lot in roads and bridges and education and healthcare, they can fucking get a 60% approval rating. I've always not liked Newsom. I mean, I don't dislike Newsom. I just don't want him to be president. There's so many better people to be president than this like slimy looking person. I'm sorry. I've never said I want Newsom as president. I don't know where this comes from. I've said Newsom could win. I think Newsom could win. I've said from day zero, from day -10, that Newsom reminds me of a car salesman, and he has greasy hair, and I just... Would you ever debate Destiny on Israel-Palestine? Sure. I would debate him on that. I mean, I would debate him specifically on whether the actions taken by Israel post-October 7th would constitute a genocide. That's what I would want to debate him on if we debated it. And then I just want to go through methodically, okay, this is a definition of genocide, and which of these boxes is Israel checked? I think it's pretty cut and dry. So yeah, I'd be down to talk to him about that. But you should debate Joe Rogan? Yeah, let me just text him real quick. Do you ever co-host Parker on TikTok Live? I've been on Parker's lives a few times, yeah. I like that Newsom triggers MAGA. That's the thing. I like Newsom as like a fighter on social media and stuff, but what I really want from the next era of politics after MAGA is like step one is obviously throw all these people in jail and then throw the key in the ocean after you lock them up. But then after we've done that, I just want to move on to like actually governing, which by the way, this is why I love Mamdani so much right now, which is like he wants to govern. He's done playing politics. He's like, I'm going to be the mayor now. I have power. How do I deliver? That's a very rare disposition for a politician to have. They win and they start campaigning already for the next election. And I know Mamdani got some shit for like endorsing Hakeem Jeffries. I think he's making a very calculated move, which is that he wants to prioritize governance over politics. And he doesn't want to spend... Maybe I'll just play... his recent interview on the Majority Report that I really, really liked. I really liked seeing this.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland.
We'll wrap up with this, actually. Some hopium. I know some people are turning on Mamdani now. I've seen some radical left lunatics on Twitter. Fuck Mamdani. He's just like Kamala. He's just like Biden. Okay. How do you fix America after Trump? The damage he's doing will take years to fix. You throw all of these people in jail. You do campaign finance reform. You put term limits on the Supreme Court. You give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico. Like that's like my three things I always say. Money out of politics. Ban congressional stock trading, super PAC money, all that stuff. Increase representation for the majority of the country, who is Democrats, by giving statehood to Puerto Rico and D.C. That gives us 4 more senators, and then use that majority, lower the filibuster threshold to like 53 or something, if not eliminating it, and then put term limits on the Supreme Court, and have rotating justices on the court between circuit courts and Supreme Court. You have to be aggressive and focused and coordinated. Do you want to debate Michael Knowles? Yes, and I may soon. We'll see.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Want to welcome back to the program the now Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor-elect, thanks for joining us.
Very welcome. They tried very hard, the internet gods, to keep us off. They couldn't.
We have successfully, and that is, I know.
Let the people know we're calling in live.
Yes. We should say that you're in the middle of your transition team. I know you guys are raising money for that because apparently there's no city.
Would you debate Benny Johnson? I'd make fun of Benny Johnson in a debate setting. I don't know that there would be a debate happening there. He's just a talking points machine.
Money for that, and it's showing in the context of the internet, and so hopefully we can get folks to come and contribute to that effort. But we don't have you for very much, so I want to jump right into it. There's obviously a little bit of controversy since you've been over the past week or so. You went to go visit Donald Trump. He's the president of the United States. And there's also been, talk about you were asked about supporting Hakeem Jeffries this weekend. I'm really curious as to it seems to me you have two constituencies. You have the citizens of New York City who elected you on 4 major material platforms. And then you also have movement people and who are looking for you to bring a politics that's associated with the DSA and progressive left of the Democratic Party. And there's people who are in both parts of that Venn diagram. I think we are probably. How do you serve both those things? Or do you feel that there have to be concessions made on one side or another or both? I mean, how do you, what trumps, forgive the pun?
I think what gives me hope, frankly, is that I don't actually see these as two distinct constituencies innately of themselves. I think at the heart of both New Yorkers at large and of the movement that I'm so proud to be a part of is a concern for the material. What does any decision actually mean for working people's ability to live a dignified life? And that, to me, has to be the framework through which I approach any decision or conversation. And, there's been a lot of questions I've been asked of who won in the conversation you had with President Trump. And it is all geared towards a sense that it has to be one politician or the other politician. And what I've said is, in fact, that it was New Yorkers who won, because it's New Yorkers that we actually spoke about. And I actually told the president directly that, we launched on New Yorkers in the hearts of the neighborhoods that swung towards in New York City, right? Fordham Road in the Bronx, Hillside Avenue in Queens. And I spoke to the president how it was cost of living that brought those New Yorkers to his campaign and cheaper groceries, and how we sought to build a campaign looking to answer the question of how do we bring those voters back into a Democratic primary and back into the politics of our city. And we did so by listening to their concerns and looking to build a platform that spoke directly to them as opposed to have to be translated to them. And even in the conversation around, the question of primary challenges, and much of this I would say is typically private within DSA, but everything I've said has been reported publicly, so I might as well just speak about it to you directly. I went to the endorsement forum that was considering whether or not to endorse C in that primary challenge, and what I said there is that this is not a question of the ballot box of who you would rather vote for. This is a question of how you want to spend the next year. Do you want to spend the next year fulfilling the agenda at the heart of this movement, or do you want to spend it defending the caricatures of that movement?
He's spitting. Oh my God. It's so nice to see someone win an election and say, my number one priority is governing. I'm a mayor now. I'm the chief executive of the city of New York. I have power to do things more than just talking and yapping on the media. Someone asked, how much power does Mamdani have to make the changes he wants? The best thing is he has the most power in the areas where his policy platform is best. So when it comes to upzoning, increasing the supply of housing, which, yes, his housing transition team is like full of yimbys. So, and as mayor, he actually has, like in terms of the agencies, a decent amount of leeway over reforming that. So if Mamdani can just get in there, and I said this last time as well, if Mamdani can just get in there and deliver increased housing supply and work with HOCO to deliver universal childcare, that's a W. That I won't ask for anything else. Because some of the other stuff, like the grocery store thing, I'm not really a fan of. And he can't really, I don't know how he would go about doing that exactly. So I'm not super worried about it. Free buses is fine with me. It's lower down on my priority list than lowering rents and expanding childcare access. Those are like very material, important things. So Mamdani has a massive shot here to be very successful, right? If he just goes in and he puts all of his focus into, we're going to change zoning, we're going to build more houses, we're going to bring rents down by increasing supply of public and private housing, and we're going to work with HOCO and Albany to get universal childcare, then that's a huge W. And that's, you might be upset he endorsed Hakeem Jeffries, but if he endorses Hakeem Jeffries and then does all this, I do not give a fuck, bro. It's like so rare to just get a politician that like earnestly wants to govern. It's so rare to get a politician that's earnest in any sense, but earnestly wants to govern is like crazy.
And the decision that I made and the one that I shared with other members that night as they were considering how to participate in that democratic process is to maximize every chance we have to fulfill the promises we made door after door, call after call, with many New Yorkers who had otherwise lost faith in politics years ago, so that we can tell them that success isn't just measured in the election we've already had, but also in our fulfillment of the agenda at the heart of that election.
Well,
and
yes.
I think that this,
oh, sorry. Go on.
and I was just going to say that I don't ever presume that everyone will come to the same conclusion as me. I don't think that dissent or critique is something that I'm above in sharing these decisions, but they do come from this as my framework, and I think it's honestly helpful to be able to share it with.
Mamdani is not pro-Israel. I don't want to be mean. I don't know if you've been like living under a rock. The one question I've never seen someone ask is Mamdani pro-Israel? He is not.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just eager to ask you these things because we have you for such a limited time. Really, is one is it your kind of belief basically that delivering on your agenda in terms of the macro constituency that Sam was just speaking about is the best way to kind of show how the movement can expand and have more politicians like yourself across the country run in that way? And I would imagine that was motivating you and what you said to DSA. And two, does that mean that you're ruling out supporting primary challenges broadly throughout the city?
No, that I've made no sweeping decision on something at like a larger level as that. And to your first question, I think often about what Bernie said at our rally, which was that what our opponents in the campaign feared the most was the power of example. And that example is not of just winning the election. That's the example.
This is music to my ears, bro. This is just the kind of mindset I want from the next president. That's why I'm like, Newsom is a great campaigner, perhaps one of the best campaigners. He's a great debater. I don't know that he's a great governor. And I don't mean that as in like governor of a state, but like I don't know that he's great at governing, the job of governing, which is like, I know sometimes we forget that the president has a job beyond just yapping. Yapping is an important part of the job, don't get me wrong. It's perhaps one of the most important parts of the job. But like, you have a lot of power. You should leverage every fucking ounce of that power to actually see concrete changes. More people getting health care. More families having the leeway and the breathing room to seek higher paying jobs because they have childcare or education for their children. Like, these are material, important, real things that affect real people's lives. I will say like every stream now that whoever just fixes all the roads and makes the schools better will win 1 million terms consecutively. Like, it's like, this is not rocket science.
Of delivering a rent-free, of fast and free buses, of universal childcare, because those are things you can hold on to. Those are things that you can actually feel and see in your life. And so much of politics is this game of translation where a politician says something and then you have to jump through 10 hoops to understand how it relates to you, or if you're eligible, or if you hit the threshold. And these are not things that require that kind of a translation. These are things that are direct to our lives. And I think that it's, I remember when I was running for assembly, a friend of mine, Karen McCurdy, who's an incredible photographer who works on our campaign.
That, by the way, is what I really, really like about Josh Shapiro. If Josh Shapiro just wasn't like the type of Zionist that he is, I would be fully on that train for the presidency. But man, Josh Shapiro, just say it's a genocide. Just admit that it's a genocide. Just stop with the mealy-mouthed bullshit, okay? And then I will be your biggest supporter. But it's so annoying when someone has such good domestic policy, like such amazing domestic policy, and their foreign policy is like, because listen, as a governor who's not involved in foreign affairs, like Josh Shapiro has gotten shit done in a way that I'm like, whoa, I wish this was more common. He's getting shit built quickly. He's governing. It's almost like government's supposed to govern.
I gave her the palm card that we had just designed with Anish, who actually created the logo for this mayoral campaign. And I thought it was the best palm card we'd ever made. And she looked at it and she said, what do these words mean? And we were just using a language that speaks only to a very specific set of people. And I think it just comes back to that you need to speak directly to people, you need to speak about policies that are also direct to their lives, and it all needs to be without translation. And so to me, once we succeed in the fulfillment of any part of this agenda, it becomes an example of why New Yorkers made the right decision to believe that politics could be more than this, as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but I am quite convinced that your success in achieving these, the four main planks that of affordability that you ran on, I think are really fundamental to the future of the movement. And so, that's why my interest in where you feel like you have to make those decisions that are focused on delivering that material thing. About 6 months after you won the primary, we were talking that you have a limited window of peak leverage, not just because you're coming off of the win, but also because Albany is tied up in the governor's race, and the present governor has a candidate running to her left in some fashion, and that it might provide you with more leverage. I'm curious, and it ties into this fact that like it's nuts to me that there isn't transition funds. That because
Okay, I think we kind of covered the main part of the video that I wanted to go over, which is that Mamdani exemplifies a trait that I would really like the 2028 nominee to have, which is just being interested in delivering results. I know this is a crazy idea, but it's a man can dream. Did you see the Sam Cedar Ezra Klein debate? Yeah, that was brutal for Sam. That was really brutal for Sam. I like Sam Cedar a lot, but man, that Ezra Klein debate was tough. That exposed, I think, some of the one-dimensional views that Sam and his crew have. And again, I like Sam a lot. I really do. He's one of the main people that got me out of the right-wing pipeline. But yeah, if you haven't seen that debate, watch that debate, because that's a great example of someone who thinks that and again, I want to be clear. I want to get money out of politics. I want to raise taxes on the wealthy, but there is a proclivity on the left sometimes to say that, like, if we just take care of the billionaires, like, the world will become sunshine and rainbows. And I wish it was that simple. It just doesn't seem like it is. So, I mean, getting money out of politics is one step in a long, complicated process to, like, actually materially improving the country and creating better circumstances and environments. So, yeah, that was a brutal debate. Who was your hardest debate ever? I don't know. Yeah, deregulation does turn a lot of people's brains off. That's why I'd use the word like efficiency or something. I want the left to claim the word efficiency. Matt is not my hardest debate. Definitely not. My hardest debate ever? You know what? This may surprise people. I'll say Cenk Uygur was my hardest debate ever. Just in the sense that he's so fucking loud that I can't even hear myself think. He starts screaming, of course, and turning red and banging on the table. And it's just like, I forget what I was even going to say, and he's like screaming and spit flying out of his mouth. So, Cenk is, I guess, my hardest debate. That's what they want you to think. The donor class. Like, okay, bro. Psycho Sugar Bar. Yeah, he's the guy who was going to challenge Pelosi, but then Pelosi isn't even running again. Yeah, I know him. I saw him. Parker put me onto him, actually. You think Cenk has anger issues? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say yeah. Cenk has self-control issues. He just, he has like a very one-dimensional view. This is my issue with certain people like Cenk, is like, I'm on the left and I see the massive issue of money in politics and the influence of donors and the perverse incentives of Congress people trading stocks and all that stuff. But I feel like some people's view of politics is like all of our problems are caused by like 10 very rich people. And like I want to tax these people more, and I think that there's like valid conversations to be had there, but I just don't think the world is this simple. And sometimes people want like a very easy, straightforward villain. And that's just not, that's why I don't like populism, by the way. That's why I was debating Cenk. Is that I think populism is like too reductive to be constructive. That was going to be my claim if I actually went up to debate him at the end for the last claim. Yeah, I live like a capitalist. That was a funny clip. But I will say Cenk was nice off camera and stuff. Okay. Yeah, unless there's any last minute stuff, would you ever debate PBD? Dude, I'll debate anyone. As long as the topic is like something contemporary politics. Like, I don't know if you're going to ever catch me on the Whatever podcast talking about body counts and stuff. It's not really something I want to do. But I'll debate Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, PBD. Dude, when I tell you, I would do a surrounded where I'm in the middle and the circle around me is Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, PBD, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, Vivek Ramaswamy. Like, I would love to debate all of these people. Thoughts on more grassroots politics? I mean, that's important, I think, on a social level as well. I mean, one of the big things I think we're seeing is like a breakdown in community and like social fabric and like trust. Like, everyone thinks that everyone else is out to get them now, and there's like no more social trust, no more social cohesion. And I think like you need grassroots organizing and not even political organizing, but just like more community events, more third spaces for people to like interact with each other and see that everyone's a human being and has generally the same goals. And I think that builds, that translates into like political movement as well. I've always said that like one of my main, if I could snap my fingers as like the king and just create something in America, it would be this idea of like a tri-center where everywhere you have a library, attached to the library you have a public gym and a community center. And when I say community center, I don't mean some empty rooms with some chairs. I mean like a movie room with a fucking projector and seats and stuff, and like a gaming room with air hockey and pool and PS5s and Xboxes, and you have like weekly tournaments where like everyone can show up, and like it's like a third space that's free to everyone. There's community events there. There's like learning seminars and stuff. You have a public gym that's attached, which has access to basic stuff like treadmills and dumbbells and barbells and like some weightlifting stuff. Nutritionists and doctors and psychologists available everywhere. And then obviously the library as well. This is stuff that would be done on a local grassroots level and on a state level. I mean, you could have federal funds going towards it, but I think you need to actually rebuild American society brick by brick from the ground up, because I mean, we can have these top-down approaches, but until you heal some of the social distrust, it's very hard to accumulate the necessary political capital and political will to be that coordinated and that focused on such a large goal. People need to be on the same page and feel like they're on the same team to get these massive goals of like single payer healthcare, or like universal child care, paid maternity leave. Like, because right now everyone's staying with these big programs is like, oh, I don't want XYZ person to get it though. Like everyone just kind of hates each other for some reason. I think it's more prevalent on the right, if we're being honest, because they add a racial and gender component to it. But I think it speaks broadly to like a decline in social trust and psychological health in the country, which needs to be addressed on a grassroots level. It's a very long answer to your question. Parker with an exclamation mark. I don't know what that means. Parker's awesome. I like Parker. Do you think Hassan makes the Democrats look bad? Hassan is not a Democrat. Hassan's just not a Democrat. So, hold on. I will say, as someone who 9.9 times out of 10 believes that talking about the Hassan, whatever the new drama is like a waste of time when there's like a literal fascist takeover happening, I will say it is kind of insane to me that he was offered to debate Ben Shapiro on capitalism, and he said that's boring. I don't want to do that, and he turned down the debate. Like, isn't that his whole thing? Isn't that like literally his whole thing? Is that like capitalism is bad? And he's turning down a debate with Ben Shapiro on capitalism because he thinks it's like not an interesting topic? I actually don't buy that. I feel like he actually was scared of Ben Shapiro, which is crazy because Ben Shapiro's not scary. He's not smart. I would love to debate Ben Shapiro on economics. Oh my goodness. But that to me is kind of wild. That to me is kind of like you have an entire career built on saying I hate capitalism, which, like, you know what, fine, but then just stand on your beliefs. That's a crazy big platform. I think he said CBS wanted to host a debate between him and Ben Shapiro on capitalism. If you're a socialist, isn't that like the biggest, best platform you could possibly ask for to like advance class consciousness and like point out the critiques of modern capitalism? Why would he turn that down? So to me, that is like really makes me think like less of him. I really don't like that. That's like really, if it was like a topic that he genuinely does not talk about much, like, oh, Ben Shapiro wanted to debate me on what's like a random topic on like regulations on coal miners or some shit, and that's boring. And be like, okay, yeah, it's a random topic, but the socialist guy is saying I don't want to debate capitalism because it's like a random boring topic against Ben Shapiro on mainstream news. What? Okay. Sure. I just don't take you seriously. Wasn't he fangirling over if someone gave him like Mao Zedong's, like, what is it, like the Red Book in China? And didn't he just go on a whole China tour saying like, oh, this is how America should be and capitalism sucks? Which, like, by the way, I think China does some stuff really well, like infrastructure and public transit. So that's fine. But just make the argument, bro. Kind of random, but are you related to Genghis Khan? No, but I am, I believe, related to, I think his name is Shah Jahan, the guy that made the Taj Mahal. I believe I'm descended from him. I took a 23andMe test, and like it was 90, I think like 99.3% all from the like South Asia. Like all of it is just like India, Pakistan region, like since the Indus Valley civilization. And then like 0.7% was like Greek, which I don't even know where that came from, but I guess, hey, mix it up a little bit. So I think I do have some relations to like certain South Asian royal families and things of that nature. But I don't know about Genghis Khan. I don't think so. He wasn't even South Asian. So Punjabi, I have some Punjabi in me. Yeah. Okay. I really just keep yapping. We're ending the live. How many languages do you speak fluently? Like 2? I speak English fluently. I speak Urdu fluently. There was a point where I used to be able to speak Spanish pretty conversationally well, which that's gone. Yeah, everyone join the Discord. Link in my bio. Linktree in my bio. Join the Discord. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Instagram. All that stuff. Okay. I want to do one actual final call for questions, comments, or concerns. It won't let me join. Copy the link and paste it in your browser. Copy the link, paste it in your browser. Latina Queen? Me? You want me? I mean, you can join the Discord if you want. I don't know if I'd say I want you. It's kind of crazy. Adam, I'm about to hop off chat. 2 hours later, we're still here. Yeah, that's kind of, I feel like it's a common theme at this point. Ask me one question, I'll go off on like a 2-hour tangent. If I get admin perms in the Discord, it'll be a great thing. We'll see. I haven't already modded you. How often do you watch Parker and Dean lives? I mean, if I'm ever scrolling and I come upon them, I usually watch for like 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes longer, it depends. SD Kid, no diffs Cardi, what the fuck? No, not true. Can I get head admin on everything? Appreciate it. Who is the best rhetorician? Is that a word? Rhetorician? Maybe it is. On the left, in your opinion? Is it arrogant to... I would say Obama is up there. Mamdani is up there. James Tallarico is up there. Not arrogant. I'll be honest. Okay. I really don't like to like hype myself up, but I think when it specifically comes to rhetoric and communication skills, I think I'm up there in terms of skill. Obviously not in terms of platform size, but I think in terms of skill, in terms of like communication skill, I think that's my strong suit. I know people ask all the time like, oh, like, do you how do you research so much and know so much? I actually don't think my real strong suit is like knowledge on these things. I think it's the ability to convey and communicate the knowledge. Because like a big thing for me, honestly, is when I see the bifurcation between the average person and like what's considered the elites in America. I noticed this especially when I studied at University of Michigan, and then I was doing social science research. So like I'm around a lot of economics professors and people in the social science research profession, and I'm noticing that these people know a lot and they have answers to a lot of questions we ask, but they don't really ever talk to the public, let alone in a way that the public understands. And it's like, if these experts have so abdicated their responsibility to convey what they're doing and why they're doing it to the average person, we can't be shocked when idiots like Trump come along and they end up winning over the faith of these people when they don't know why they should trust the experts. The experts don't explain their expertise. They just say we're experts, therefore listen to us. And my goal with this has always been to try to bridge that gap where I try to talk about things like inelastic demand and risk pools in healthcare and multipliers for GDP, which are all, I guess, technically like economics concepts, but I really don't think you have to be an economics major or like a college educated person to understand these concepts. So a lot of what I do is trying to translate things that I've learned into the most conversational, understandable terms possible, because they are extremely intuitive. I agree. A lot of these things are extremely intuitive if you explain them in a way that's not talking down to people or relying heavily on terminology that no one understands, which is why I absolutely hate when people make a big thing of like, look how many big words I can use, look at all the books I can reference. I think an actual sign of intelligence is not how many books can you reference and how big is your vocabulary. It's how well can you translate complex topics into an understandable form for the average person. If you can't convey all of these big words and all of these books that you've read, that shit is all useless because it's just up here in your head. Pacman is good at explaining economic multipliers. True, I like Pacman a lot in economic stuff. I like... Destiny's done this well as well, to his credit. Sam Cedar does this well sometimes. Well, Sam Cedar gets a little bit technocratic sometimes. But y'all just keep getting me up, and I need to end the live. I put money on you against anyone. I appreciate that. Are you a registered Democrat or no party? In Michigan, we don't register by party. I don't believe. We have open primaries as well. Parker's an economics major as well. Yeah. So is David Pacman. My favorite thing is someone on the left who studied economics. Maybe I'm biased because I see a little bit of myself in them, but it's like, because I absolutely hate this idea that the right, they want efficiency and they're going to grow the economy. Meanwhile, they suck at that stuff, right? Like, at least where I studied, and I feel like in most serious economic circles, if you walk in and just say, oh, the free market and the invisible hand is going to solve everything, I feel like anyone who actually knows economics would like laugh at that person and say, what? You're still going off of the Econ 101 supply and demand thing? You think that that's how the real world works? That's unironically some people's understanding of economics is like, just let everyone do what they want. No regulation, no government intervention. Everything is going to be great. I haven't seen Whitmer on the Financial Audit podcast, so I can't comment on that. Main difference between your ideology and Dean/Parker's? This is an interesting question. I don't know. I don't know. I think I agree. I don't know Dean's ideology that well. I haven't spoken to Dean very much. I've spoken to Parker a lot more. I think Parker and I agree on most fiscal policy. I think we agree on most foreign policy. I don't know. They seemed further left than you. Last time I was on Parker's live, I was under the impression that I was further left than him on healthcare because I think he was arguing for a public option, and I'm very much a single payer guy. Although I don't think that Parker is against single payer either. I think he's just kind of like indifferent between the two. I think that single payer is much better than a public option. I also want to say this. I think I'm like a lot more left-leaning than some people realize because I present as like a very moderate person in the way I talk. And like someone once told me that it's like I have like a right-wing disposition or like a center-right disposition, but then like a left ideology. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm a pretty left-leaning person. Like I want a public option for banking. I want the energy sector to potentially be nationalized. I want a sovereign wealth fund, which means the government's taking stakes in private companies. I want potentially mandated worker representation on corporate boards. I want much higher tax rates. I want a national transit system that would probably cost $4 to $6 trillion to construct. Like, I'm a pretty progressive person, right? I'm a pretty progressive person. Although I'm like heterodox, right? In that, like, I don't really want to raise the minimum wage as much as I want to just strengthen unions and raise union participation. Who would win in a triple threat match between you, Dean Withers, and Harry Sisson? You can't ask me any question about who would win in a debate that involves me, because I'm always going to back myself. If I didn't back myself, why would I be doing something like this? So, to remove me from those equations. Do you ever think Trump will be held accountable? I'd like to think so. I believe in karma, in a sense. I think actually everyone believes in karma in the sense that cause and effect are real. Causality is real. Every single thing you do has a trillion ripple effects on every other person on the planet. And I cannot believe, I refuse to believe that someone like Trump, who has caused so much pain and suffering and negativity and societal breakdown, could get the last laugh and die happy or die victorious. I just don't want to think the world works that way. So like on a very deep level, I do believe that there has to come a point where it catches up to him. There's no way you get away with all this stuff. I just refuse to believe that. It has to catch up to him. I don't know how it would, but do you keep up with foreign countries' politics at all? Not really. I'm not going to lie, no. So you're not an extreme left? I'm not a leftist. I'm a progressive. I don't think he'll live that long. His health isn't good enough. But then my idea would be like, okay, at least he dies like a very... I'm really not the type of guy to wish death on someone. And I want to be clear, this is not a call to action. I oppose political violence. I oppose all lawless action. In case one of these 46 people is fucking Kash Patel or some shit, I want to be clear for that. But like, in my mind, it's like, okay, even if Trump dies before he faces justice, at least make it like a painful death, right? Of natural, peaceful, and patriotic causes, obviously. There just has to be some kind of comeuppance for someone like that. It's blackpilling if someone like that gets away with everything and then they get the last laugh and they just die victorious, punishing all their enemies, never facing consequences for any of the women they've hurt, any of the children they've hurt, any of the immigrants they've hurt, anyone they've hurt. I mean, at this point, it's what? Tens of millions of people? Potentially hundreds of millions of people if you take into account all the children that are going to die of preventable disease in Africa and Central and South America because we cut back vaccines and food aid. Like, that's so, like, just put aside, like, liberal, conservative, like, put all this stuff aside. Like, anyone whose political goal is like, I'm going to take vaccines away from little kids, I'm going to take food away from little kids, and then sit by idly as they die of disease or hunger, is like, and it's like purpose. There's no pretext. There's like no real good reason for it. It's not even a big chunk of our budget. It's like a fraction of 1% of our budget. I just can't. I can't let something like that go. It's so crazy to me. It's honestly bothers me a lot. It is very, very disturbing how much Trump gets away with, and how much society lets it happen. How many elections have you voted in? Do primaries count? 2020 Democratic primary, I voted for Bernie Sanders. 2020 general election, I voted for Joe Biden. And then 2024 general election, I voted for Kamala Harris. So I guess three elections. Maybe I voted in something local at some point in 2022? Or no, I think I voted in the midterms as well in 2022. Was there a race in Michigan? I don't know. I voted at least 3 times, maybe 5. 2024 primary, I considered voting in the 2024 Republican primary because I was like, why not? And I had a dilemma. I was like, because it was like basically between Nikki Haley and Trump. And I was like, if I had to vote in a Republican primary, who would I vote for between those two? It's an interesting question. Did you get invited to the White House? I know Dean and Parker and all those guys visited. I did not get invited to the White House. I believe when that happened last year, I had like 30,000 followers on TikTok. I still don't think I'm at that level, the White House level. So we'll see. We'll see. I can't be thinking about the White House with 40 people watching my lives. I'll tell you that. Not that arrogant. Okay, we're actually going to end the live now. I'm going to give like a last call for any comments or questions people want me to respond to in the chat before I hop off. At this point, it's 11:56. I'll just stick on till midnight. Okay, we'll do 4 more minutes, I guess. See you in Valhalla. Should New York secede and join Canada? I don't think so. Whatever happened to DeSantis 2024? DeSantis was supposed to be the guy. After January 6th, when Republicans wanted nothing to do with Trump, DeSantis was supposed to be that guy. Thoughts on Whitmer? I like her, broadly speaking. I don't know as much about her as I could, but I generally like her. Favorite anime? Code Geass. That one's not even necessarily a hard question, if we're being honest. I don't think anything is on that level. To be fair, I don't watch a lot of anime. I've seen like a few shows. Okay, I think that's probably the end of it. The guy in YouTube chat who said I say we're about to hop off and I keep yapping for the next 2 hours. Been here since the beginning. You've accomplished a lot. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. That's the thing, right? Anytime TikTok starts shadow banning me on videos, on lives, I just have to remember that I cooked Ben Shapiro and I cooked Candace Owens. And if those not smart people can make this a career, I don't know why I couldn't. The bar is not particularly high. It just isn't. So. I left back when you finished with Andrew Wilson and Charlie because you were supposed to get off. I know. It's a tough. It's a recurring issue here that I never end the live when I should end the live. But we're sticking on for 2 more minutes till midnight. Who's your favorite UFC fighter? My favorite in recent memory has been like Adesanya, although he's been on a fucking losing streak, sadly. Ilia Topuria is awesome, although he's going through a custody battle now. Someone asked a better question. Best UFC fighter of all time. Now that's a good question. That's a very good question. Best UFC fighter of all time. I'm going to say Anderson Silva. And honestly, it's not John Jones. I'm sorry. I think Anderson Silva is in that conversation. GSP is in that conversation, though to be fair, I have not watched a lot of GSP's fights. Connor's not there. Don't worry. And here's maybe this is a hot take. I think Islam Makhachev is creeping up. I don't think it would be crazy to say that Islam Makhachev is top 3 of all time. I don't think that's. I don't know if I would say that myself necessarily, but I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. I really don't. He has been on a kind of a crazy run. 2-weight champion. Beat Oliveira. Beat Volkanovski. Poirier. Who else has he fought? Didn't he fight Bobby Green? Or was that fight canceled? It's midnight. I'm ending the live. No more yapping about. Okay, TikTok live is over. The people over on YouTube, you get to enjoy my presence for like 30 more seconds. Does anyone in the YouTube chat have anything to say? I was mostly responding to the TikTok chat. Let's check the YouTube chat. Okay, doesn't seem like it. Okay. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to end the stream. I should be back tomorrow at some point.